Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Friday morning. It is July 18th, and we are taking a look outside from our High 5 camera where it is once again a warm start to your Friday. 78 degrees as you get up on this Friday morning. You can see downtown Memphis there off in the distance. Let's bring in meteorologist Riley Winch on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk more about what we can expect this weekend. Riley.
Yeah, Andrew, it's going to be another hot day today, and as we head into the afternoon hours, we have more cloud cover that's expected to move into the region. So right now, that bits of blue sky we're seeing over Midtown Memphis, it will look a little bit more gray later on, but this sun that we have right now is going to heat us up very quickly. And the reason why we are going to see a little bit more of that cloud cover this afternoon is because this low pressure system off to our south. If you're watching us a couple days ago, we were talking about how this could become Tropical Storm Dexter in the northern Gulf. Well, the center of that, it stayed over land. So that didn't get enough time over the open waters to become a tropical storm. So Dexter is still that next name on the list. What becomes of that, we'll have to wait and see over the course of this hurricane season. But now that this low pressure system is over Louisiana and it's starting to move a little bit farther to the north, that is some instability in the atmosphere, along with this frontal system just off to our north. As these systems get closer to each other, they squeeze in on the mid-south. So that's going to bring in more cloud cover to our area, and also can see some shower activity as we head into the afternoon. So we're going to watch that very closely, but notice as we head towards 10 a.m., most of that cloud cover remains to the west of the Mississippi River. So our Arkansas counties get a little cloudier before our Mississippi and Tennessee counties do. We're around 87 degrees at 10 a.m. in Memphis, then we warm up into the 90s. We'll be in the low to mid 90s for highs this afternoon, but as we head towards that evening commute home from work or any summer camp activities, that's where we could see a spotty shower or storm that could make its way into our northern Mississippi counties and even some of our Tennessee and Arkansas counties as we head into the afternoon. The majority of us will stay on the dry side today, but can't rule out that spotty shower storm, which we will watch very closely. Now, as we head into the overnight hours, those temperatures gradually fall back into the 70s for overnight lows. We see passing clouds, but not quite as clear as where we were to start the day today, the past couple of mornings, and then into the afternoon on Saturday. That's when we're really going to be watching for some more cloud cover and some spotty to scattered shower activity. So the severe weather risk, we don't have much of a severe weather risk today. No, yesterday we had a pop-up storm in the Shelby County area that packs a little bit of a punch in a localized downpour, what we call likely a microburst happened there. So it sent a burst of wind down. If we get any of that activity today, most likely it would be to the north of Memphis and Shelby County, in northern parts of our area as we head towards I-155. We'll watch that area for any shower activity that may form. Could have a brief wind gust that brings a little bit of a punch to it. But we're more focused today on the story of the heat because we do have that heat advisory in effect we'll get to in just a moment. But 92 degrees, that's our forecast high, mostly cloudy skies into the afternoon. Those rain chances go up to a spotty chance as we head towards the afternoon hours. That's when we get those temperatures up into the 90s. We'll be in the 90s as early as noontime. But this heat advisory, notice yesterday we were explaining what the extreme heat warning is. That's in effect, but it's to the west of the Mid-South. Our Mid-South counties under that heat advisory, meaning feel like temperatures could get as warm as 105 degrees or more as we head into the afternoon hours. This goes into effect at 11 a.m. That's when we start to feel those feel like temperatures in the triple digits, and it stays in effect until 9 p.m. tonight. So we're waiting until after sunset to expire that heat advisory. So that's just a reminder, if you're outdoors today, take multiple breaks, especially if you are working out in the sunshine, and then drink plenty of water. If you think you drank enough water, drink another water bottle, and that will get you hydrated. Feel like temperatures are going to remain a little bit manageable this weekend. We may or may not reach that heat advisory criteria as those actual highs get into the lower 90s. But look at next week. This pink highlight indicates those feel-like temperatures are going to get extremely hot. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some more extreme heat warnings issued to kick off our work week as those actual high temperatures get up into the upper 90s. We're talking about heat that's even more oppressive than what we saw this week as we head into next week. So we're going to watch that very closely, just like we have this yellow highlight for the heat for your Friday. We might have to add a couple of those to next week's forecast over the weekend. That 30% chance of rain today and tomorrow, that's the best chance of rain we have for the entirety of the next 7 days, because as we warm up, we also dry out across the region, and the mostly cloudy skies we see for your Friday and your Saturday become more partly cloudy to mostly sunny as we head into next week. So that is a forecast we are going to watch very closely, with those overnight lows remaining in the 70s all week long, Andrew.
Okay, Riley Winch joining us, kicking us off on a Friday. Riley, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We got our studios and downtown. Check that out there. Downtown Memphis, off in the distance there, the pyramid, the skyline, and the Mississippi River. 78 degrees at 7:06. Certainly going to be, as you heard from Riley, a warm day across Memphis and the Mid-South. So let's talk about of what we have scheduled here in the Action News 5 digital desk. In about an hour or so, we're talking about 8:20 this morning, we're going to be live from the 85th Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. This is something that we tend to cover each and every year, and we're going to be checking in with a couple of travel experts about what it is and what this destination has to offer. We're talking about South Dakota and the various landscapes, the heritage, and some of the landmarks and beauty that you'll be able to see if you wanted to make a trip out there. We're also going to be talking with the president and CEO of the American Association of People with Disabilities to talk about disability awareness and so what to look for this month as they focus in on the awareness. We're also going to be talking with Ellen Chamberlain, Daily Memphian's food reporter, about the various things that are going on about town in the restaurant world, Memphis, and across the Mid-South. Perhaps you'll find a place you'd like to eat sometime this weekend. And we're going to be talking with Cal Mitchell. He plays the lion in The Wiz that's coming to the Orpheum for the first time since 1992. So we'll be talking about that production with him. And we're going to talk with an ENT doctor at St. Francis Hospital this morning about this new procedure that's become fairly popular. It's endoscopic sinus procedure, and it helps people with sinus issues, allergies. Of course, we know allergies are big here in Memphis and the Mid-South. And so he's going to go in a little bit of detail, layman's terms, of course, about what this procedure is and how it helps folks if anyone is interested. And as I mentioned, we're going to be talking a lot about the forecast as well. But again, looking at our live shot from downtown, our new camera there off in the distance, the skyline, the pyramid, and the Mississippi River. We're going to take a short break here. We're back in 60 seconds on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. If you're like me, you are always trying to figure out a better way to get a better night's sleep. It's so elusive for so many of us. We are so busy. Our lives are just chock full of all kinds of busyness with work and various activities outside of work. So it is so important to get that sleep for so many health benefits. So how do we do it? Not next week, not this weekend, tonight. How are we going to do it? Well, let's bring on someone who's an expert in sleep. I am joined right now by Prahad Sharma. He is a pulmonologist. He's also a sleep physician at Regional One Health. He leads a sleep clinic at the hospital, and he's joining us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk. Prahad, thank you for joining us here. Where do people, first off, make their biggest mistakes when it comes to trying to find a way to get some good rest out there? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes?
So I think there's a lot of things that we could do. It's not the mistake that we make, but it's basically that we don't know that all those small things matter. As for everything else, preparation is the key for the sleep. So if you prepare yourself well, then you may have a good night's sleep. But if your preparation is not that good, then the sleep may not be that great. And what we talk about that is what you do throughout the day, what you eat throughout the day, how you spend your day, what happens throughout your day doesn't matter your sleep. At the same time, how you sleep, when you sleep, and what environment you sleep in also affects your sleep.
What's the biggest factor in getting a good night's rest? If you had to name it, I know there's several, okay, but if you had to name the biggest factor in getting a good night's rest, what is it?
So first thing is, I think you need to prepare yourself, as we said earlier, that have a relaxing environment, calm down, what we call the wind down time. And when you go to the bed itself, you have to stick on a schedule because things work better if you stick to a strict schedule. And sometimes it's difficult over the weekend. What is more important at that time is you try to fix your wake up time because you can control that. So if you remain on that rhythm, what we call the circadian rhythm, then your sleep is better. And when you go lie down on the bed, make it dark, quiet, cool, and comfortable so that you can sleep well without having any external disturbances to you. No TV, no cell phone, no blue light, nothing in the bedroom.
What's the ideal amount of sleep? Sometimes people get too much, sometimes people get too little. What's ideal?
Everyone has their own requirement. Few people need a little bit more. Few people may be okay even on the less amount of sleep. So anywhere about 6 to 8 hours may be normal for most of the people. There are few people who may function okay when they sleep 4 to 6 hours. We call them short sleepers. So that maybe few people who may be sleeping 4 or 5 hours may still be okay. But if you are sleeping more than 8-10 hours, then again, that is abnormal. You should not be requiring that much of sleep. But all of those things changes with age and time.
I know a lot of people have sleep apnea. It's a pretty common condition out there. Can you briefly explain some of the issues associated with that and the best remedies from your perspective?
Yes. So as you said, yes, sleep apnea is very common, and 1 in 5 male and about 1 in 6 or 7 female will have sleep apnea. But a lot of them goes undiagnosed or underdiagnosed because people don't realize the symptoms they are having may be coming from sleep apnea. So few of the symptoms are people may just have mild difficulty kind of thinking, brain fogging or something like that, or they may also have early morning headache which goes away after a few hours, or they feel a little bit irritable throughout the day, maybe a little bit sleepy during the day. So all those may be just a telltale sign of sleep apnea, but if they go unnoticed for a long time, then you run into other problems.
Okay, we know that so many people are looking at screens, and we know that perhaps people's diet isn't the greatest when it comes to winding down, as you mentioned earlier, to get that good night's sleep, that good night rest. What are some of the key takeaways? If you had to make a bullet list of maybe 3 or 4 different things you can do right now, tonight, to have that great night's sleep, what would you do?
Okay. Again, I will say wind down time is very important. So that's when you reflect on some people who likes to write, may even do journaling or something so that they can vent out their feeling so that they can go to the bed relaxed. And reading books, doing something very quiet and not too exciting, not too entertaining helps. And also another thing is smoking and alcohol intake, because a lot of people think like maybe if they drink maybe a couple of glasses of wine or drink, they may feel sleepy and they may sleep better, but it works the other way, meaning your good quality sleep is taken away and you wake up not feeling rested, feeling tired, because the very important part of the sleep called the REM sleep is taken away. At the same time, if you smoke before bedtime, that is a stimulant and that will not let you fall asleep quickly and causes more problems. So preparing the right environment, not
I
drinking too much
Yeah.
before the bedtime, not smoking, and having a very comfortable bed is the key to have a good sleep.
Right. Also, a cool bedroom, right? I mean, you want to make the
Yes,
temperatures
cool
cool.
bedroom, very
Yeah.
comfortable. Yeah, it may be worth investing in finding a very comfortable mattress for you.
Excellent. Okay. One other thing, there's a lot of sleep aids out there. Some people might take melatonin. Some people might take an Ambien. Some people will, have a gummy, a CBD or something. What do you think of those 3? And do you recommend a sleep aid?
So it depends what is driving the problem. So because if it is sleep apnea, which is one of the most common problem, then those aid may not help. Because if it is sleep apnea, then we have to diagnose with the sleep study and treat you for that particular problem. But other problems, let's say people cannot fall asleep because there is misalignment with the time and everything, then on those people, melatonin may help. And the pills like Ambien, that is more for the problem what we call insomnia. And for that one, people have difficulty initiating sleep, and Ambien may help, but that is not the best medication because a lot of the time, trying to find what is causing the problem and attacking or solving the underlying problem is the best modality.
Okay, Prahad Sharma, we appreciate your time on the Action News 5 digital desk. Very informative, and it's something that I think so many Americans struggle with, getting a better night's sleep. And hopefully, people have been taking notes and really kind of thinking about a better night's sleep tonight through some of your recommendations. So we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you this. This is coming up at the Agri Center in Memphis, July 26, 27. It is the Christian Women's Expo. Empower, enlighten, and uplift. 2 full days of shopping. There's going to be vendors, panel discussions, seminars, cooking demonstrations, and much, much more. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Jennifer Williams. She is going to be talking to us more about this event. And Jennifer, are you one of the organizers? Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing? Yes, sir. I am the founder and the organizer of the Christian Women's Expo.
Fantastic. So tell me more about what we can expect if we show up to the Agri Center. It looks great.
Listen, you did a great rundown of it, but if you show up to the Agri Center on July 26th and 27th, again, you're going to see amazing and empowering panel discussions, anything ranging from women in ministry leadership all the way to women in business leadership. You're going to see an amazing gospel concert. We have about 6 choirs that are coming, and we're talking about legendary choirs. We have fashion shows. One of them is the Dillard's Fashion Show, sponsored by Dillard's. It's called the First Ladies Fashion Show, where you'll see the finest of designs from Dillard's and what they have to offer. They are giving away a $500 shopping spree as well as other gifts. You can expect over 2,000 giveaways, seminars, woman-to-woman seminar, master classes, so on and so forth. It's going to be absolutely amazing.
This sounds amazing. Sounds like a lot packed into 2 days there, Jennifer. So how long has this been going on? Is this something that's relatively new? Has it been going on for a long time? What?
Well, I'll tell you what, it actually started in 2014. We did it again and right after that, and then we sort of took a hiatus, and then the pandemic came. So right after that, last year, we decided to pick it back up. Had an amazing turnout, had over 2,000 people to show up at that time, and we are expecting to double that on this year. So it's something, it's been around, but this time we're going to keep it going year after year.
Fantastic. Okay, so I love how you have everything down there on the bottom right-hand corner for our viewers to really kind of check out. Free health screenings as well. Tell me more about that. That's important, I would think.
Yeah, so we're going to have some free health screenings. Score Health Clinic will be front and center. Outside, they'll have their mobile bus so that they can do free health screenings. You can get HIV testing and other things that they offer as well. And we'll also have a women's health forum that they'll participate in. That's going to be on Sunday.
I see that, and then $2,000 in various giveaways over the last over the 2 days. Tell me more about the gospel concert too.
So with the gospel concert, we have some legendary choirs, international choirs such as Billy Rivers and the Voices of Inspiration, Grammy-nominated Josh Bracey and Power Anointed. You have Daryl Pettis, which is one of our local greats, but he's also international as well. You have Jeffrey Williams and the Voices of Inspiration. A couple more, and then you'll have some wonderful ladies on Sunday who have new projects that they're coming out with, and they will be there during our Women of Excellence segment, where we honor amazing women around the city.
That sounds great. So is there a place online where people can check out this information for themselves?
Yes, you can always go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Christian Women's Expo, or you can go to our website, which is ChristianWomen'sExpo.com, and you can also get all the information about us as well as purchase tickets.
Okay. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Jennifer? This sounds great.
Listen, just want the ladies to know, and men, because they are welcome. When you come there, you're going to be encouraged. You're going to be inspired. You can shop with an array of vendors. We're going to have 2 full days of shopping, as well as all of the other wonderful segments that we'll have going on. You don't want to miss it.
Okay, Jennifer Williams on the Action News 5 Digital Desk talking about a Christian Women's Expo that's happening at the Agri Center July 26th and 27th. Jennifer, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is an art auction that is going to take place this month and next month, and it's at one of the most beautiful places in all of Memphis. I'm joined now by Carly Samora. She's at the Memphis Botanic Garden to tell us about the art auction. And Carly, I remember this from last year, and it's always a great time, isn't it? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we're super excited. I know normally you have me outside, but this time, especially with the heat going on, we're excited to be inside talking about our incognito art auction. We're really excited to talk to you guys about the auction itself, what's going on, all culminating also with our party on August 1st.
All right. So tell me what is going on with this art auction. Review for our viewers exactly how they can sign up, how they can register, and check out those beautiful pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is actually our 15th year doing Incognito at the Memphis Botanic Garden. So the idea behind Incognito is that all of our pieces are actually unsigned works that were donated to us by local Memphis artists. The whole idea behind it is that you are going to find pieces that you love, not necessarily worrying about people that are doing it who you know. So you're going to be able to walk around, see so many types of pieces. Just for example, I have some beautiful works behind me. We have painting, photography, we have glass, mosaics. There's kind of something for everybody, which is really nice. And it's in this beautiful setting of the garden. So it's really nice to have that around. With all of the different pieces as well, the fun thing with it is that we have two different options. You can either bid on a piece, and if you'd like to start bidding, that all of our bids for all pieces start at only $50, which to me is such a great deal for owning an original piece of art. And then if you love a piece and you want to make sure that you are the owner and no one else gets to bid on it, we have a buy it now price for $300. So you have two options. Either one you can do if you wanted to bid on a few of them and see which ones, kind of go into your price point, versus if you see something and you're like, oh, that would fit perfectly in my home, or that is going to be a perfect gift to a loved one, you can do the buy it now price. So we have options.
Fantastic. I love it. And I love those pieces behind you, too. So this is just one art auction that is taking place over the next several weeks. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So this current auction that we do in June. It's the month of June for you to be able, the month of July for you to be able to come see the pieces. We have about 106 or 108 pieces this year, which is a ton to look through. But the great thing about us is that you're able to come visit our galleries for free. So if you want to come through, scout out some pieces in real life, and then go to our auction platform to be able to place your bids, you can do that as well. Be able to walk through, see what kind of appeals to you. I mean, we have everything from flowers to tomatoes to sheep and puppy dogs. All of these pieces are going to be able to go home with someone and that they will love and own, like I said, an original piece of art.
So do we know what happens if you buy a piece and you want to know who made it? Is there a way to find out?
Yeah, so that's the really fun part. Is on August 1st is going to be our party. And August 1st from 6 to 8, it's completely free to the public. You'll be able to come in, check out the pieces. At 7 o'clock, our buy it nows end. And at 7:30, the bids end. At that time, at 7:30 on our party, all of our artists that are walking around kind of talking with each other, they're all going to be in disguises because this is an incognito kind of masquerade for everyone. They're going to be able to go to their pieces, reveal themselves, not to mention if you have a piece and maybe you can't necessarily make it to the party, a lot of our pieces are going to be signed on the back with business cards if you love your art so much that you'd like to buy additional pieces. But really the party is like where it's at. That's when you get to see the people in person. They can sign the front if you'd like them to sign on the front. Just get to meet them and kind of talk with this artist.
I love it. No wonder it's been around for 15 years. It sounds incredible. Tell us how we can see these pieces online.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you aren't able to make it to the Botanic Garden in person, you're able to go to the website. That's bidpal, bidpal.net/incognito. Or if you'd like to go to our website at membg.org, That way you can take you to the Incognito website. You'll be able to browse all of the different pieces, see all of them, see what interests you. Even if you are from out of state, we will be able to take your piece and send it to you. It doesn't matter where you're from. We would just love to have you participate, especially since this auction, all the money is going to the Botanic Garden. It is helping out our adult education funds, our youth education, where we serve over 40,000 school kids per year. It is all contributing to this beautiful nonprofit that we work at and help fund all of our mission towards the community as a whole.
Fantastic. I love it. It sounds great, and it's easy for people to get involved in and really get something out of it, literally and figuratively. Carly Zamora, I appreciate your time. Thanks as always, and really looking forward to seeing more of these incredible pieces of art in this online art auction, and then perhaps learning about who made the art just a few weeks later, right at the party.
Yeah, so we'll have the reveal at the party. We also have the reveal online. So like I said, if you aren't able to make it here, but you're curious about some other pieces that maybe you didn't purchase, all of those will be revealed after August 1st. So stay tuned to the auction platform, place some bids if you love some pieces, and visit back to see who did them.
Awesome. Carly Zamora, we always appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Of course, y'all have a great morning.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Well, if you can remember, I know that there are plenty of people in our audience this morning that remember the memory of a road trip. And perhaps it was stuffed in the car with siblings and your parents going to areas you've never been to before. But it was the process of doing that. Sometimes those nostalgic memories can stick with you for years, decades, your whole life, really. And so there is a new book I want to tell you about, and it is called The Great American Retro Road Trip, a celebration of roadside America. Here are some of the pictures from that book that just got published, and I am holding a copy of that book right now on the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm happy to be joined by the author of that book. I am joined by Rolando Pujol, who is joining us now to talk a little bit about why he wrote this Great American Retro Road Trip. Rolando, good morning to you. Thanks for coming on the digital desk. Tell me some of the reasons why you wrote this book.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. This is a book that I've probably had in me for most of my life. And you could probably argue I started doing the research when I was 4, when I took one of those road trips that you're talking about with my family from New York City down to Miami, and all the interesting stops that we made along the way. I felt the need to write this book because I discovered that so many people connect to these places and to these roadside quirks and these old diners and these old attractions and all of this history that we find along our roads. I mean, so much of this is distinctly American. It's a distinctly American manifestation of who we are, of our creativity, of our moxie, of our marketing muscle. And so we connect with these places in a very, very tangible way. And I discovered that a lot of people were just like me, because on social media, my content was increasingly finding wider audiences, was going viral, and that led to an email one day from a publisher here in New York that said, "Hey, we love what you're doing. Many people seem to enjoy this content too. Would you like to write a book?" And when you get an email like that, you'd be wise to respond to it and say yes.
Yeah, no question about it. I was, Rolando, I got to say, I was flipping through it, and my producer and I, we were going through the various pages. We found a couple from our area. There was one in Tunica, Mississippi. So
Yep.
Tunica, Mississippi, the Blue and White restaurant has been welcoming hungry travelers since 1924. And it talks about the history of the restaurant, why it was moved to that particular station. It's got pictures of it as well. And then, of course, when you think of Memphis, you think of music, you think of the blues, Elvis Presley, and Marlowe's Ribs Restaurant, which is right by Graceland. Also a section there going on and on about it. Can you tell me why you focused on a couple of those here in our area?
Absolutely. I mean, there's so much to see widely throughout the state, but of course, Memphis is overwhelming, right? The amount of history, the amount of lovely neon signs that you have to pick a couple that sort of jumped out at you, and these did. I liked Marlowe's in part because it immediately caught my eye with that cute little pig that they have outside. The story about limo drives, getting picked up and brought in style to enjoy your feast. I even included, of course, you're in Memphis and you've got Elvis Presley and all that wonderful Graceland legacy. But I mean, I could have included Graceland and done a whole thing on that, but rather everyone knows that. But do they know about the little Elvis neon sign of the Days Inn down the street? They may not know that, but it's so fun and it's so interesting that I said, you know what, that'll be my nod to Elvis. I mean, that's what we're going to include in the book. And there's also in my sign collage section of the book, there's also that amazing sign for the old Skateland that has the giant skate with the wings. It is a thing of beauty, that sign, and I wanted to make sure that was in the book, and including those little places around the area that aren't necessarily in every guidebook for Memphis, I think gets people excited about exploring deeper into the side streets and into the neighborhoods and seeing more of the city beyond the wonders, of course, of Beale Street and all the other very big attractions. There's lots of other gems waiting to be discovered if you just start poking around a little bit.
I 100% agree with you, and I can think back to my own retro American road trip when I was younger. I grew up in Florida, South Florida, and then my dad grew up in Ohio, in Canton, Ohio, and we would go every year to see his family and his parents up in Canton, Ohio. And so as the book says, there's all kinds of different diners and just kind of roadside areas that you would never see on a tourist guide, but certainly you experience that and you get to know it when you make these kind of road trips. If you had, Rolando, maybe a guide, a bullet point of maybe 3 or 4 bullet points you'd give to someone who said, you know what, that's what I want to do with my family. I want to take a road trip. I want to make it nostalgic for my kids and for my wife or spouse, whatever. Where would we begin?
Oh, that's such a great question, because I mean, honestly, you could just open up any page in this book and say, we'll start here. But one great place to start, I mean, you could go down, let's think about Florida, right? You can go to, of course, there's Disney, and that's a major draw for families. But then just once you're done visiting Disney, there's all this wonderful old Florida around Disney, these old attractions like the Weeki Wachee Mermaids and Sunken Gardens and St. Pete, and those little quirky roadside attractions where you can buy orange juice, you can have a little sip of orange juice and see live gators, a lot of in Gatorland, which is in the Orlando area. So I would say pick a place where there's something that everyone's going to like, that everyone can agree on, and then look for the interesting roadside stops that aren't as obvious, that you may not be convinced your kids will like, but if you actually get there, guaranteed it's going to form a powerful memory for you and for your children.
I love it. Yes, I agree with you 100%. Anything else you want to mention about this book, other travel tips you'd like to give to people where they can create their own travel tip and some other things that you noticed along the way, Rolando?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, I think the reason I wrote this book is I really want people to appreciate these nostalgic stops because I'll tell you, in the 6 months since the book hit the presses, when we were finally locked, quite a number of these places have closed or they've lost their sign. Just this week, we got word that a historic restaurant in Los Angeles, Cole's French Dip, will be closing in August, and yet there it is, memorialized in the book. So I think it's very, very important to that this book serves as an act of preservation, in my opinion. And I certainly hope that people can use it to support these places because we want them to stay alive so they can be enjoyed by new generations.
No question about it. There it is, looking at some of the pictures inside the pages of the Great American Retro Road Trip, a celebration of roadside Americana. And we have Rolando Pujols joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about his book. Finally, if someone wanted to buy this book, where can they do so? And what would you tell them when they buy it? Should they read cover to cover? Should they go to the specific region where they want to travel? What do you think?
I think basically they can buy it pretty much anywhere. The book is available in most bookstores. If you want to support your local bookstore, you can certainly do that. I highly encourage that. Or just go on Amazon or some online retailer can get it to you pretty quickly. And once you have the book, I think the book can be handled really any way you like. I mean, you can read it cover to cover. I've heard people who've done that. But many others, they put it on their coffee table or they just carry it around with them and they dip into it for little bits of inspiration or to get ideas when they're planning a trip. So there's different ways that you can enjoy it.
Perfect. Okay, Rolando, really appreciate you joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thanks so much for giving us the deep dive into the book, including those areas here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate your time. Congratulations on the book.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
An unprecedented rate. We're talking about 32 million energy jobs open right now to be filled within the next decade. So the next decade, 32 million jobs in the energy sector. Joining me now to talk more about that are a couple of people here, Gabriela Colon and Ignacio Estella. Good morning to you both. First off, Ignacio, let's talk with you and tell me about some of those jobs that are going to be open. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for your question. I take into account that the opportunity is extraordinary and the moment is exciting. And the jobs are broad. The opportunities are for line workers, customer service representatives, transmission design engineers, system planners, regulatory experts, nuclear engineers in those power plants, data scientists, data analysts, and it goes on and on, customer service representatives. It is really a broad opportunity.
Can you focus a little bit on Memphis and the Mid-South? Are there specific jobs in our area that you know about right now?
We do know that we've collected information available to anybody in the area at getintoenergy.org, so the search is easy. The ability is to really search with Memphis as a city, and then you can obtain the data. It is really searchable in an easy way. You have the title, you have the city or the state, and then you have the company. So it is really connected to the website that you can see in the back of us, getintoenergy.org. What we do know is that it is a great amount of information because most schools, energy companies, and the workforce experts have joined together to put that resource available online and available to your viewers.
All right, so Gabriela, over to you here. I want to ask you, tell me about why people should look in the energy industry. Why is now the right time, other than these job openings?
Well, hi, good morning. Well, absolutely. The energy industry offers high stability. They offer also highly competitive salaries and benefits. In addition to making a powerful impact in your community through the work that you do. The energy industry, honestly, is open for everyone with any and different backgrounds available to, you can develop a long-term career goal, a career path in any area in the industry that you'd like to.
And this is for people that perhaps do not have a college degree, do have a college degree, all kinds of different jobs, right?
Absolutely. So the energy industry, you're able to start at entry-level positions with just your high school diploma or GED, as far as PhD, right? So it's really anything in between. From there, there are different opportunities, different career paths, and there's absolutely opportunity for growth for anyone that would like to branch out to other areas or would like to learn more. For instance, there are our high demand skill jobs such as electricians, welders, line workers, pipe fitters, all of that. Some companies offer on-the-job paid training, and that's in addition to the competitive wages and benefits that's also offered. So if you are willing to learn, we are here and we are ready for you.
Okay, fantastic. Ignacio, one more thing. Can you go over where people, once again, can look for these openings? It's so valuable to get that out there to our audience.
Absolutely. These are news you can use. getintoenergy.org, and it's immediately searchable. You can search by state or city. You can search the title, the description, and the company. And I've navigated and walked the talk in any number of choices, and it really works. It really connects to all the work that the energy companies, the schools, and the Center for Energy Workforce Development has put together to make it accessible and clickable. It's right there.
Okay, Ignacio and Gabriela, we really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thanks for informing us about these jobs and the millions more headed our way. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We know summer is in full swing. There are some studies out there that show nearly half, about 46% of Americans are anxious about affording all kinds of summer plans. We all want to get away. We want to have maybe some outdoor activities, bring some people over. And when budgets are tight, it's so important to reassess where you can cut back just to protect your bottom line here. So let's talk about tips for summer spending right now. I am joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Courtney Alev. She is someone who works at Credit Karma. She is considered a consumer financial advocate, and she's going to help us when it comes to tips for spending this summer. I was reading some of your notes, Courtney. I love it. Let's dive right in and talk about some great tips for people that want to have some fun this summer, but are on a strict budget. Good morning.
Good morning.
So let's hear it.
We know a lot of Americans are very nervous about their spending this summer. You mentioned that about half of Americans are anxious about funding their summer plans, and 2/3 are opting for more budget-friendly activities this summer. But we also know that that does not apply to everyone. About half of young Americans say they are planning on prioritizing fun over their finances this summer, especially when it comes to things like travel or dining out or vacation. And that can really have an impact on their wallet and potentially lead to debt.
Yeah, and some of the notes I saw was they were great. And one of them talked about when you want to bring people over, let's say, you want to bring them over for grilling out outside in the backyard. It's important to consider some things before you do that. Tell me more.
It's a great idea to, when you make a summer plan, to make sure it fits into your budget. It's not about not planning for the summer, but making plans that really work with your financial goals. For example, a lot of us love to travel over the summer, but we expect it to be really expensive. The good news is we all have a lot of local gems that are close by. Maybe it's camping, maybe it's a road trip or a visit to a lake. You can split the cost for gas or groceries with friends or family, and you can borrow gear you might need but not have. Those can be great ways to really keep the cost per person low for some summer travel while still getting that change of scenery that so many of us want during this season. And we all love dining out, especially on a nice summer evening, but we've also seen the cost of eating out has really gone up substantially. And this is where I'd really recommend considering dining in. It can be just as much fun, and I encourage folks to set up a theme night. Maybe it's DIY pizzas or a backyard barbecue. Those are some ways that you can really keep the cost a bit lower, but still have those fun travel or social experiences this summer with your friends and family.
And the idea of planning meals around sales at the grocery store, I love that.
Yes, it's a great time to be budget conscious. There's a lot of different sales and promotions happening. Anytime that you can take advantage of a deal, it's a good opportunity to do so. For example, with back to school shopping, even though it's summer just started, it's really going to be here before we know it. There's already retailers that are starting to offer sales, promotions, and price match guarantees. And so making a game plan now in summer can make sure that you're taking advantage of those sales and promotions once it comes time to shop.
What are some other practical approaches? You mentioned travel. We've talked about food, grocery store kind of sales. What else?
It's a great idea to just be really mindful of your spending this summer. For example, maybe you're taking one trip already. Perhaps it's a friend's wedding, it's a family reunion, or a music festival that you've really wanted to go to. Try making that your one main splurge for the summer, and then see where you can cut back on other non-essentials. Maybe it's less dining out, maybe it's less ride sharing, or whatever that is for you. That can really help you focus your extra money and time and energy on that one splurge while keeping the rest of your budget in check. I know for me, I'm going to a music festival this summer with friends I'm really excited about, and I'm also sleeping on their couch instead of getting a hotel. And that's one way to make sure I'm doing fun things with my summer without totally breaking my budget. And it's really important to make sure you are being really intentional with how you're funding that summer fun. One interesting thing we saw is about 3/4 of Gen Zers say that buy now, pay later options, which are increasingly common, actually encourage them to spend more money than maybe they can actually afford. And so it's a really good idea before you click buy on any of those summer plans or purchases to make sure that it's something that fits into your budget, not just now, but later as well.
Yeah, the budget stuff is key, especially when it comes to going in debt or staying out of debt. Listen, Courtney Alev, we really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you for these tips for a fun and happy summer. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, we are seeing a pattern change across the Mid-South that is going to bring a couple more clouds into our forecast. It's still hot out there, and we have a heat advisory in effect for the day today, but this frontal system just off to our north, that is going to help enhance some cloud cover and the potential for a spotty shower or storm. This low pressure system to our south, in addition to that frontal system, will help to increase that cloud cover, especially later on this afternoon. Now, if you remember, this low pressure, that was associated with a system that had a chance of developing into Tropical Storm Dexter out in the Gulf, but we are lucky enough not to have seen that. It stayed over land most of its lifetime, and that made it harder to develop over the waters of the Gulf, and that has remained a tropical low. It's bringing quite a bit of rainfall over Louisiana this morning. However, as this moves northward and this frontal system sags a little bit farther to the south, that brings in that extra cloud cover and the potential for a shower or storm. This is how that unfolds here on our Futurecast. Most of that cloud cover this morning to northern portions of the area and to the west of the Mississippi River. But after we head past 11 a.m., feel like temperatures in the triple digits, high temperatures getting up into the 90s. And we have some spotty showers or storms that could pop up across parts of the region as we head towards that evening commute home from work or any of those summer camp activities. Not expecting those showers or storms to be widespread. Most of the region does not see that. But keep that rain gear nearby in case that pop-up shower is near your neighborhood. Into the overnight hours, those temperatures fall back down into the 70s, partly cloudy skies rather than mostly clear, which was what we've been seeing the past couple of nights. And then more cloud cover as we head into your Saturday. For your Friday today, though, any showers that do form very far off in northern parts of the area as we head towards Dyersburg, that's where you have some gusty wind possible with some of those stronger storms, but not expecting a overwhelming severe weather event from this one. Most of us actually do not see, again, that rainfall with only a 30% chance of rain during the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Now that comes along with those temperatures getting up into the 90s. I think we'll feel like the triple digits as early as 11 a.m. this morning, and mostly cloudy skies do come into play. We're going to end with more cloud cover than how we have started the day. That is for sure out there. Heat alerts, it feels like 105 degrees plus within the heat advisory as we head towards the warmest part of the afternoon. That includes Memphis and Shelby County, includes down towards Sardis, Tunica, up towards Dyersburg. I know Tunica yesterday, you were in that extreme heat warning. That extreme heat warning today, farther off to the west. So not seeing that as a problem within the Mid-South today. But I expect those extreme heat warnings to come back into the forecast, and this is why. We have highs getting up into the lower 90s. For your Saturday, high of 90 degrees. That's the coolest day over the next 7 days. But those feel like temperatures still getting into the triple digits each afternoon. However, I think we have the chance at being below heat advisory criteria for your Saturday. But look at next week. All this pink. Whenever it comes to heat, pink is never a very good thing to see out there. We are going to have those feel like temperatures in the triple digits, could even get close to 120 degrees feel like temperature in the warmest part of the afternoon on Monday. So that's why we're expecting, with these high temperatures getting into the mid to upper 90s next week, it's to feel even hotter out there than where we were this week. We're going to watch that very closely as we head into the next couple of days. But again, this weekend is a little bit of a break in the heat. We have highlighted Friday due to that heat advisory out there. Can't rule out that spotty shower storm this afternoon, Saturday afternoon, but next week we start to see some of those clouds clear across the region. Those rain chances come down, but the humidity remains, and that's why those temperatures get up there with all that sunshine into the upper 90s and those feel like temperatures well into the triple digits. I do expect more of us to be under that extreme heat warning criteria next week than even what we saw yesterday. And as those overnight lows dip down into the 70s, it still feels very warm and muggy, not getting much relief from the heat. But again, if we get any relief or you consider anything relief, tomorrow would be the day.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. A construction wave is sweeping across the U.S., and it's fueled by a number of different things. It's fueled by AI, it's fueled by onshore construction, infrastructure upgrades, and the urgent need for affordable housing. I want to talk to someone more about this boom that we're seeing, this development boom, and how we can all get involved. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Nolik Forrest. She is a corporate affairs officer with Amrise. Nolik, good to see you, and tell me a little bit more about this boom headed our way. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. As you mentioned, there was about a $2 trillion investment in the U.S. annually to basically support the construction momentum that's going on. And we really see three long-term trends that are driving this. One of them is the modernization of infrastructure, with a lot of infrastructure that can be up to 100 years old across the U.S. But also in the commercial market, what we're seeing is advanced manufacturing really coming back to the U.S. And we're building factories. For instance, in Tennessee, we're right now part of building the Ford Blue Oval battery plant. But also we see chip factories, data centers, warehouses, distribution centers. It's just really booming across the nation. And in the residential market, there is a 5 million housing gap in the U.S. that really needs to be bridged. But also the building stock is about 40 years old on average. So there's a huge opportunity to retrofit a lot of homes to make them future-proof so that our families are safe.
That's a lot of good news, Nolik. I mean, you mentioned everything there, this building boom that's hitting the U.S. How can people here in Memphis in the Mid-South get involved?
Well, I think that Amrise is coming to the market serving a whole range of construction projects, from the new Tennessee Titans football stadium to factories like the Ford battery plant. I think what's important is to make sure that you use the most advanced building solutions so that you're future-proofing everything you build for today, but also for tomorrow. So Amrise is here to be your partner of choice.
And tell us a little bit more about Amrise.
So Amrise is going to be the largest building solutions company that is 100% focused on the North American market, so focused on the US and Canada. We are going to be providing building solutions as a partner of choice to professional builders, from foundation to rooftop, so from concrete all the way to advanced roofing systems and wall systems and decking. And we really are serving all construction markets, from infrastructure to residential, commercial, new build, repair and refurbishment. And we have 1,000 facilities across the region so that we can serve customers in every single state. So we really want to be the partner of choice for professional builders.
So we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here in the Memphis area. So that's West Tennessee, that's Eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi. Anything else you'd like to mention to those folks who are watching right now?
Well, I think that Amrise is going to be the local-to-local building partner of choice. So we're here for all of your building needs, from schools to homes to highways and bridges. We're here to make sure that we can advance the built environment to improve everybody's lives. So reach out to Amrise if you have any building need.
Okay, Nolik Forrest, we really appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. All right, wrestling fans, I want to hear from you because we have something that's coming up this summer, and I know you're thinking about it, WWE's SummerSlam. And I am going to be joined by this lovely lady who is fierce. She may be little, but she is fierce. It is certainly someone that has had much success in the ring, going all the way back since 2010. She is a veteran now, and she still kicks butt. I am joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by WWE superstar Zelina Vega, and she is proudly displaying that championship belt on her shoulder there. Zelina, so nice to meet you. Tell me, how's it going? Good morning.
I'm great. How are you? Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, we have a lot of wrestling history here in Memphis. I'm sure you're well aware, and I know that SummerSlam's a big, big deal. So tell me about it. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, I mean, SummerSlam is always known as the biggest party of the summer, but now it's going to be 2 nights. So it's going to be a jam-packed week of WWE, really, especially for the fans. It's going to be amazing from Monday Night Raw to Friday Night SmackDown to August 2nd and 3rd. It's that weekend, all SummerSlam. So it's kind of cool that you guys get to be a part of it, whether it's, you know, again, the 2nd, the 3rd, or really just Monday night and Friday night. Or be a part of all of them. But either way, we're going to make sure that we bring it for the fans because we're so excited, especially, I mean, it's going to be John Cena's final SummerSlam. So it's like you never know what's going to happen. And I think for me, of course, walking in as champ is going to be really, really fun.
I bet. So tell me, I love seeing this video. You are, you're beautiful, you're tough, you're fierce. You're all these things, and you've been doing this since 2010. Tell me how someone like yourself gets involved and is a part of WWE. How does that happen?
I mean, ultimately, I was starting training when I was 17, so that was back in like 2008. So, but it's something that I've wanted to do since I was 4 years old. I mean, my family were huge wrestling fans. We used to go to Madison Square Garden all the time. I remember my aunt wanted to make a big "Just Bring It" sign, so you had all 10 of us with like different letters, making sure that everybody could see it because we were just so proud to be wrestling fans. And my uncle, well, he's my grandmother's brother, so my great uncle, but he had wrestled also in Puerto Rico. His last match was against Bruno Sammartino, so it runs deep in our family. My cousin, Amazing Red, he started training me from the jump, and it's nice to feel like I get to represent all of them along this journey. And, obviously being from Queens, being from New York, this is really close to home, and it feels like a different kind of welcome back in a way. I say welcome back from the fans. And, it's something that we always look forward to in SummerSlam, but for me personally, it's a little extra special.
So tell me about what it's like to be on tour. What are the fans like? Are there certain moments during the tour where you're just like, this is amazing? And then there are certain times where you're just like, oh my gosh, am I going to be okay getting out of here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the beauty of it. When you step into this world of wrestling, and especially WWE, this is the life. This is the life that you're always on the road, but I'm just so lucky. Like, I have my husband with me who gets to do it with me along the way. And, he obviously, he has his own style and his own unique way of doing things, and I get to learn a lot from him. And when it comes to questions about my matches or how to do stuff or just get ideas from, like, he's like the perfect person to go to about that, and he helps me in so many different ways. So it's like I get to bring a piece of home with me on the road, and I'm super blessed for that because not everybody gets that. But it's nice to share that with him and also share this moment with him because he made his return the same night that I became a champion, well, a singles champion for the first time in my career. So it's just uniquely special, and I think WWE it makes you feel a part of it in a way, because I've had so many fans tell me that they feel like they were a part of it too, and they felt like they won that night too because they had been supporting me from the jump. And I think it's so cool because I have the most unique and unconditional loving fans. Like, they support me unconditionally, and I'm so thankful for them.
That's got to be awesome. I love hearing that. Over the last 15 years, okay, you've been a part of this. What have you learned the most coming out of this?
Ooh, there's been so many things that I've learned, but one of the things I think that kind of sticks out, and you kind of see it when I won this title, or even going back to 2 years ago in Backlash at Puerto Rico, it's just being in the moment and surrendering to your feelings in the moment. And I'm not a big crier. I really hate crying, but I remember right before I walked out, Ray told me, just just let it go. Like, just be in the moment. If you want to be happy, be happy. You want to be angry, if you want to cry, just allow yourself to surrender in that moment. You're gonna feel so much better. And I did, and I think that's a really big thing, is just taking a second and just surrendering to the moment, because then you feel like that, you know, that little kid who started this journey however long ago, you know, you feel like them again. You start to channel their energy. So it's nice to feel that, and then feel the energy from the fans, because when you're open like that, you get to feel their energy too, and it makes it that much more, I guess, just special, and you feel that bond with them right away.
Any final thoughts you want to say to some of the fans that are perhaps listening right now?
Oh my gosh. More so that I love you guys. I think, you know, we all do. All of, you know, everybody in WWE, like we have this amazing relationships with our fans and just everybody who watches the product, because you become super passionate about it. I feel like you can't just watch WWE and say like, oh, I casually watch. It's something that you're either super passionate about or that you're involved in. And I think it's cool to see, you know, especially for, I think that fans or people who are fans make the best performers, and just to see their journeys along the way is so fun and unique. And, you know, for me, getting to live out this lifelong dream is just such a blessing. And I'm so thankful to everybody. And I think that's all going to come to a head at SummerSlam. And I think it's going to be one of the most incredible pay-per-views ever. And especially because, like I said, it's going to be 2 nights and you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, SummerSlam, first ever 2-night SummerSlam. It's going to be at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, Saturday, August 2nd, Sunday, August 3rd. And Zelina Vega, congratulations on all your success over the years. Thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. And I look forward to seeing you kick some more butt in the ring. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you having
Well, we are seeing a pattern change across the Mid-South that is going to bring a couple more clouds into our forecast. It's still hot out there, and we have a heat advisory in effect for the day today, but this frontal system just off to our north, that is going to help enhance some cloud cover and the potential for a spotty shower or storm. This low pressure system to our south, in addition to that frontal system, will help to increase that cloud cover, especially later on this afternoon. Now, if you remember, this low pressure, that was associated with a system that had a chance of developing into Tropical Storm Dexter out in the Gulf, but we are lucky enough not to have seen that. It stayed over land most of its lifetime, and that made it harder to develop over the waters of the Gulf, and that has remained a tropical low. It's bringing quite a bit of rainfall over Louisiana this morning. However, as this moves northward and this frontal system sags a little bit farther to the south, that brings in that extra cloud cover and the potential for a shower or storm. This is how that unfolds here on our Futurecast. Most of that cloud cover this morning to northern portions of the area and to the west of the Mississippi River. But after we head past 11 a.m., feel like temperatures in the triple digits, high temperatures getting up into the 90s. And we have some spotty showers or storms that could pop up across parts of the region as we head towards that evening commute home from work or any of those summer camp activities. Not expecting those showers or storms to be widespread. Most of the region does not see that, but keep that rain gear nearby in case that pop-up shower is near your neighborhood. Into the overnight hours, those temperatures fall back down into the 70s, partly cloudy skies rather than mostly clear, which was what we've been seeing the past couple of nights. And then more cloud cover as we head into your Saturday. For your Friday today, though, Any showers that do form very far off in northern parts of the area as we head towards Dyersburg, that's where you have some gusty wind possible with some of those stronger storms, but not expecting a overwhelming severe weather event from this one. Most of us actually do not see, again, that rainfall, with only a 30% chance of rain during the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Now that comes along with those temperatures getting up into the 90s. I think we'll feel like the triple digits as early as 11 a.m. this morning, and mostly cloudy skies do come into play. We're going to end with more cloud cover than how we have started the day. That is for sure out there. Heat alerts, it feels like 105 degrees plus within the heat advisory as we head towards the warmest part of the afternoon. That includes Memphis in Shelby County, includes down towards Sardis, Tunica, up towards Dyersburg. I know Tunica yesterday, you were in that extreme heat warning. That extreme heat warning today, farther off to the west. So not seeing that as a problem within the Mid-South today. But I expect those extreme heat warnings to come back into the forecast, and this is why. We have highs getting up into the lower 90s. For your Saturday, high of 90 degrees. That's the coolest day over the next 7 days. But those feel-like temperatures still getting into the triple digits each afternoon. However, I think we have the chance at being below heat advisory criteria for your Saturday. But look at next week. All this pink. Whenever it comes to heat, pink is never a very good thing to see out there. We are going to have those feel-like temperatures in the triple digits, could even get close to 120 degrees feel-like temperature in the warmest part of the afternoon on Monday. So that's why we're expecting, with these high temperatures getting into the mid to upper 90s next week, it's to feel even hotter out there than where we were this week. We're going to watch that very closely as we head into the next couple of days. But again, this weekend is a little bit of a break in the heat. We have highlighted Friday due to that heat advisory out there. Can't rule out that spotty shower storm this afternoon, Saturday afternoon, but next week we start to see some of those clouds clear across the region. Those rain chances come down, but the humidity remains, and that's why those temperatures get up there with all that sunshine into the upper 90s and those feel-like temperatures well into the triple digits. I do expect
So my, what are they called? In-laws?
Caitlin, Lydia, good morning. It's Andrew Douglas. How are you?
For that LA one.
Good morning. We are
Good.
great. We're in Custer State Park. It's a beautiful morning.
Wonderful, wonderful. Got about 40 seconds before we come to you. I just wanted to say hello.
Awesome.
We'll talk to you in a second.
Thank you. This is a really pretty morning. So thanks.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, a lot of people are taking those summer vacations and those summer trips all across the country, perhaps internationally. But, you know, there's so many things and so many places to discover here in this country. And I want to be going right now to South Dakota, I think. For whatever reason, it looks amazing out there. It's a beautiful part of the country. I'm joined now by travel experts Caitlin Svendenson, Lydia Austin, live at the Custer State Park in South Dakota. Ladies, good morning to you. First off, tell me about the conditions, because here in Memphis in the Mid-South, we're dealing with triple-digit heat. What's it like over there? Good morning.
Oh my gosh. Good morning. I was just listening to the forecast. You've got hot, I'm sure, very humid weather in Memphis right now. We're here in Custer State Park. I think it's got to be about 55, 60 degrees. We're in jackets. It's a beautiful day in Custer State Park. But, you know, in our summer months, it's 80s, 90s. Sometimes we'll hit 100, but we have a little bit drier heat than you do. So it's quite comfortable here in South Dakota.
It looks very comfortable, and I know that there is a huge motorcycle rally, the 85th Sturgis Motorcycle Rally, coming up in just a few weeks. You also have the 60th Buffalo Roundup. Tell me what people can do and what they can see if they make a venture, a trip up there, or perhaps what you guys have been seeing over the last, the time that you've been up there.
Absolutely. Well, as you mentioned, in just a few weeks, we're hosting the 85th annual Sturgis Motorcycle Rally. This is a legendary event. People are coming from across the world. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bikers make their way to South Dakota. It's a week-long event full of parties, concerts, and I'm telling you what, it's the most beautiful rides in the country that you'll ever find. And then in this fall, we have the Custer State Park Buffalo Roundup, and it's the 60th anniversary of this event. And this is an event where the Wild West just truly comes alive. Bison hooves will be thundering across the open prairies just behind us here, and that really makes this beautiful fall morning come alive.
I see some activity right behind you right now. Looks like there's some horseback right right behind you, which is fascinating to me. We certainly don't see that. There it is up close. We don't see that kind of stuff here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Tell me what else. There is a 60th Buffalo Roundup. What's that all about?
Yeah, no, the 60th Buffalo Roundup is an annual event here at Custer State Park. We are South Dakota's largest and oldest park at 71,000 acres, and there's quite a bit to do. As you mentioned, we have horseback riders that people can kind of go anywhere in the park and find their adventure. But that ties in with the feel of South Dakota, that western feel. We are home to one of North America's largest bison herds, and for the health and the well-being of the animal and the park itself, we actually do round them up each year to go through vet visits and such. And what started as a couple hundred people coming and watching us in the early 90s through partnerships with Travel South Dakota has turned into a huge event. Last year, we had a little over 24,000 guests out here on these hills watching us round up the animal with our horses and trucks and such and move them down to the corral system. We even added an arts festival and an event, and it's just been a lot of fun to bring that to South Dakota and make it one of our larger events out here.
I bet. And this is in addition to Mount Rushmore and some of the other things that people are very familiar with when it comes to South Dakota and the tourist destinations. What else can we talk about, ladies, before we let you go?
Absolutely. Well, we'd certainly welcome you to come up. It's truly a family destination that is welcoming, open for everyone to come and see any season, really. Come in the spring, the summer, fall, winter. There's an adventure for anyone. From Badlands National Park, Jewel Cave National Monument, Wind Cave National Park, and our partners in the eastern side of the state. Sioux Falls is a fabulous city. DeSmet is home to Laura Ingalls Wilder and Little House on the Prairie. There's truly something for everyone in South Dakota. Just jump on up this way. We'd be happy to have you.
Okay, Lydia, Caitlin, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Have a great time there. It looks like fantastic weather and a fantastic weekend ahead for you both. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, another live look from our High Five camera here in Memphis, where it is already 81 degrees at 8:25. We're back in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I love talking with our next guest because there's always so many fun things happening at the Overton Park Shell, and Shelby Smith is on top of it all. She is joining us now on the Digital Desk. And Shelby, I have to say, I was enjoying looking at the list you sent me of the fall concert lineup. In fact, what I was going to try to do is kind of pull it up while you're talking, if that's okay with you, because it looks like there's something for everyone there. Good morning.
Good morning. So wonderful to be here again. We're really stoked for the continuation of the Orion Financial Free Concert Series here at the Overton Park Shell. And like you said, there is something for everybody. We've got hip hop, we've got Americana, we've got R&B. We have got so much for the people of Memphis and travelers, people who have never experienced the Overton Park Shell before, to come out and enjoy, broaden their horizons for a great summer and fall continuation of free music experiences in the city of Memphis.
I love it. So I have it pulled up here. The free concert series begins August 23rd, as we've mentioned before, with the Stax Music Academy. And then we have a legend right after it, Bobby Rush. Nice.
Exactly. There are so many people on this list that I am super stoked to bring out. Some newcomers, like we are so excited to host the last free show for Goner 2022, Goner Fest. They have never actually been on our stage before, which is kind of crazy. I'm surprised just because there's such a cultural entity in this city. The history and the legacy of what they have done over at their record store is just fabulous. So we're super stoked to bring that festival here for the first time. And some routine visitors like the Memphis Power Pop Festival. Fantastic turnout every single year. The Memphis Country Blues Festival is returning again. We're doing kind of some live theater experiences in partnership with the Tennessee Shakespeare Company and Princeton James Productions. So you're not only getting music, but you're getting art in many facets this season.
So cool. I'm just I'm thrilled about it, and I think it's a great offering. I was talking with someone in the newsroom earlier this morning, and they said it's such a great atmosphere. It really doesn't matter who's on stage. It's just a great vibe, just to chill and hang out and be out there and enjoying all the music and the festivities. And tell us again how people can listen to some of these bands that perhaps they're not sure of or don't know about, and then tell us where they can look at that list for themselves.
Absolutely. So all of our information can be found at overtonparkshell.org/free concert series. We have a Spotify playlist for people to get kind of in the know about who's going to be coming to the stage this season. But you can also make sure to mark some of those dates on your calendars for, the artists that you definitely don't want to miss, the shows that you're super stoked to come and join us on the lawn for. But not only is that website a great resource for the Orion Financial Free Concert Series, but we have so many other wonderful programs here at the Overton Park Shell. Shell on Wheels will be rolling around this season, getting people activated with free live music experiences across Memphis neighborhoods. We do free weekly workouts in partnership with Baptist Memorial Healthcare. We have Blues Tuesday tours and our backstage experience. And I'm just really thrilled and honestly just very proud of all that we are able to accomplish here at the Overton Park Shell. But we definitely would not be able to do that without the community involvement, their engagement, their support, their donations. They make everything so much better year after year. And we're just thankful for our patrons every single time that they come out and visit.
And I know you have something going on this week and later this month. Is that right?
Absolutely. So Shell on Wheels, like I said, it is the mobile version of our music venue. It is exactly half the size. We tow it around with a tow truck and post up in different neighborhoods across the city, like I said, making music experiences more accessible for Memphians and beyond. But we're actually taking our mobile music venue, Shell on Wheels, to the Asian Night Market this Saturday and this Sunday. So again, kind of bringing out cultural experiences where people can enjoy some live music, some great food, and just some good community in the city of Memphis.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. Anything else, Shelby, before we let you go? We got the Spotify list, the concert series for the fall, things going on this weekend with the Shell on Wheels. What else?
Well, you know, next year, I know we're a year away from this, but we're going to go ahead and tee it up. Our 90th anniversary is coming up soon. We'll be celebrating 90 years of Memphis and community and music starting in 2026. So we're going to start kind of launching, kind of teasing some things that we've got planned for that series coming up soon. But remember, all of your community support and everything like that just makes every season, every music series bigger and better throughout our journey at the Orion, or at the Overton Park Shell, via the Orion Financial Free Concert Series and our Shell Benefit Concert Series as well. So anytime that you are willing to, I don't know, show up and volunteer, support our efforts, things like that, or just like let us know what you think about the lineup, we take all of that information to heart and we utilize it to impact the next season.
Perfect. All right, Shelby Smith, Overton Park Shell. We always appreciate you being on the digital desk and giving us all the goods. What a fantastic organization, helping all of us have a great time all year round. Thanks so very much.
Have a great weekend.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, if you've stepped outside, you know that the heat is on this summer in Memphis and the Mid-South. Going to be a hot one as it is each and every year. So what's the best way to hydrate yourself? A lot of people say, okay, hydration, I got to drink lots of water. Well, what about electrolytes? And what about really kind of fulfilling your body with all that energy in addition to just water? When should we use electrolytes? When should we not? Which one should we use? Is there too much sugar involved? It's a lot to sort out when it comes to hydrating your body, especially in the summer months. Let's bring in someone in the know right now. I'm joined by Kristen Skinner. She works at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, fitness trainer, group trainer, a leader there. Kristen, glad to have you back on the digital desk. So I don't know if you get that question a lot, how to hydrate yourself, but certainly that is a big question right now. Where do we begin on this conversation? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks so much for having me on. You know, it's funny because there's a lot of trends out there right now. If you look at TikTok or Instagram or even Facebook, there's a lot of trends going around with different types of electrolytes, different drinks. And even here in the club, people come in with all different types of drinks from, you know, carbonated to in their shaker bottles. So the bigger question is, what are electrolytes and why do we need them? What do they do? And to get down just to the basics of it, the electrolytes are minerals like sodium, potassium, magnesium. They help your body to stay hydrated. They help your muscles to really work properly. Sometimes we don't even know that things are out of balance. We have these different symptoms and we try to treat them in different ways, but we don't know that it's due to an electrolyte imbalance. Like if you feel fatigued, you might think that, you know, it could be something off with hormones, which could be the case, but it could also be an electrolyte imbalance. If there's muscle cramps, that could be magnesium, but magnesium could be due to, you know, not enough electrolytes in your body. If you're having headaches or that general, you know, blah feeling, I call it the bewitching hour in the afternoon. A lot of people are prone to just go for that next cup of coffee, but we are naturally losing electrolytes all day as we sweat, as we breathe through our just normal bodily functions.
Yeah, no question. You know, I get that. And sometimes I'll look at some of those electrolytes, I'll read the label, and I'll see, you know, the first ingredient is sugar. And I'm like, whoa, wait a second. these electrolytes should have much more when it comes to potassium and magnesium and other minerals, right? I mean, when it comes to a supplement of electrolytes, what should we be looking for?
100%, I totally agree. First, you want to avoid the added sugars. So especially if your first ingredient is sugar, especially artificial sweeteners, you want to avoid the artificial sweeteners, avoid the dyes and colors. So when you're looking at a label, look for clear labeling, the natural flavoring, real ingredients. I've taught my daughter that you want to look for ingredients that you can actually pronounce, and look for products that are third-party tested. Here at Lifetime, all of our products are third-party tested. Our LTH Hydrate is one of our greatest electrolyte supplements. It's blended with real sea salt, key minerals, there's no added sugars, and it's third-party tested.
Excellent. Let me ask you this, because let's say, we're not working out, okay? We're inside the office, and, a lot of times here at my newsroom, in our studio, we have different things about hydration, drinking lots of water, drinking a lot more than people might typically drink. Is there maybe a guideline of how much water we should drink a day, even if we don't go outside and, play any kind of sport? Just going to work, should we be drinking a certain amount?
Sure. If you think about your body weight in kilograms, now that's a lot. Let's say if you have an average human, 1 pound per kilogram of body weight, if you're aiming for, even the easy way is 8-ounce glasses. That would put you at 64 ounces in a day. Okay, that's an easy no-brainer, and it should be something that everyone could accomplish. If you started with just a bottle of water, or your water bottle that you carry every day, and aim to refill it 4 times, average water bottle will be somewhere between 12 and 24 ounces. So if you had a pretty big cup like that, if you just aim to refill that about 4 times, that would be pretty good, especially if you're not planning to be outside, if you're not planning to be active. But I'm glad you brought that up, because adding in electrolytes are not for everybody. And so if you have a desk job and you're sitting inside all day, it might not be necessary that you have to actually add in more electrolytes. Just drinking plenty of water would be ideal.
Excellent. Good to hear. Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Kristen, when it comes to hydration?
Well, I would say one of the biggest mistakes is not starting soon enough. So making sure that we've got our bodies efficiently hydrated starting early. Also, making sure you've got the right products. You're not starting with something that's based on sugar. Especially if you're going to be in hot and humid conditions. Make sure you start early and then keep it onboarding as you go. You can also alternate between some electrolytes and water, but where a lot of people nowadays, I feel like, make a lot of mistakes is they're not getting enough rest, and they're drinking a lot of caffeine or taking a lot of caffeine supplements, and misperceiving the cues that their body is beginning to dehydrate, when an electrolyte supplement would be really helpful.
Good point, Kristen. Anything else you can mention right now that our thousands of people who watch us each and every morning might find perhaps to their advantage this summer?
Yeah, there's a lot of benefits when it comes to supplementing with an electrolyte. If you think about your hydration efficiency, your body actually uses water more effectively when electrolytes are present. So sometimes, especially when it's really hot and humid, plain water can just go right through you. But with an electrolyte, it actually gets absorbed and utilized at the cellular level, so it can apply more benefits when it comes to hydrating your cells. If you're using it during workouts, whether you're inside or outside, you have sustained energy. Sometimes, during workouts, especially if you have a longer workout, you feel like you hit a wall about 30 minutes into your workout, but having that proper electrolyte balance can help to maintain the blood volume and supports consistent muscle contractions throughout the workout. Not only during your workout, but then your recovery after the workout, electrolytes can help to reduce muscle soreness and support the repair process that happens after exercise. And then last, your focus and your clarity. If you're not hydrated, you tend to feel foggy. So proper hydration with electrolytes supports that cognitive function and reduces that afternoon brain fog.
Nice. Okay, just to recap, when it comes to electrolytes and what we should include if we in fact do have electrolytes in our water, we're talking about minerals like sodium, potassium, magnesium, sea salt, anything else?
You know, it's okay to look for things that you like. So when looking at some of the hydration supplements that we have a new flavor called Spicy Margarita. So just let your imagination take hold, right? If you like some type of mocktail, like today I have a blood orange margarita in a mocktail. One that I also like is a peach mango refresher. So we have a peach mango flavor. So you don't necessarily have to buy an electrolyte drink right off the shelf. A lot of times we're looking for things that we would like, things that would taste good. But if I like fresh oranges, you know, I can shake up a blood orange flavor and put some fresh fruit in there and make it customized just for me. So I'm kind of planning up some 4th of July mocktails to go along with my electrolyte supplement.
I'll take a spicy margarita later this afternoon. Kristen Skinner, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate the knowledge. Very beneficial, certainly, and very timely for the summer months. Thank you.
Absolutely. Y'all have a great day.
What up? What up?
Well, we are seeing a pattern change across the Mid-South that is going to bring a couple more clouds into our forecast. It's still hot out there, and we have a heat advisory in effect for the day today, but this frontal system just off to our north, that is going to help enhance some cloud cover and the potential for a spotty shower or storm. This low pressure system to our south, in addition to that frontal system, will help to increase that cloud cover, especially later on this afternoon. Now, if you remember, this low pressure that was associated with a system that had a chance of developing into Tropical Storm Dexter out in the Gulf, but we are lucky enough not to have seen that. It stayed over land most of its lifetime, and that made it harder to develop over the waters of the Gulf. And that has remained a tropical low. It's bringing quite a bit of rainfall over Louisiana this morning. However, as this moves northward and this frontal system sags a little bit farther to the south, that brings in that extra cloud cover and the potential for a shower or storm. This is how that unfolds here on our Futurecast. Most of that cloud cover this morning to northern portions of the area and to the west of the Mississippi River. But after we head past 11 a.m., feel like temperatures in the triple digits, high temperatures getting up into the 90s. And we have some spotty showers or storms that could pop up across parts of the region as we head towards that evening commute home from work or any of those summer camp activities. Not expecting those showers or storms to be widespread. Most of the region does not see that, but keep that rain gear nearby in case that pop-up shower is near your neighborhood. Into the overnight hours, those temperatures fall back down into the 70s, partly cloudy skies rather than mostly clear, which was what we've been seeing the past couple of nights. And then more cloud cover as we head into your Saturday. For your Friday today, though, any showers that do form very far off in northern parts of the area as we head towards Dyersburg, that's where you have some gusty wind possible with some of those stronger storms, but not expecting a overwhelming severe weather event from this one. most of us actually do not see, again, that rainfall, with only a 30% chance of rain during the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Now that comes along with those temperatures getting up into the 90s. I think we'll feel like the triple digits as early as 11 a.m. this morning, and mostly cloudy skies do come into play. We're going to end with more cloud cover than how we have started the day. That is for sure out there. Heat alerts, it feels like 105 degrees plus within the heat advisory as we head towards the warmest part of the afternoon. That includes Memphis in Shelby County, includes down towards Sardis, Tunica, up towards Dyersburg. I know Tunica yesterday, you were in that extreme heat warning. That extreme heat warning today, farther off to the west. So not seeing that as a problem within the Mid-South today, but I expect those extreme heat warnings to come back into the forecast, and this is why. We have highs getting up into the lower 90s. For your Saturday, high of 90 degrees, that's the coolest day over the next 7 days, but those feel-like temperatures still getting into the triple digits each afternoon. However, I think we have the chance at being below heat advisory criteria for your Saturday, but look at next week. All this pink, whenever it comes to heat, pink is never a very good thing to see out there. We are going to have those feel-like temperatures in the triple digits, could even get close to 120 degrees feel-like temperature in the warmest part of the afternoon on Monday. So that's why we're expecting, with these high temperatures getting into the mid to upper 90s next week, it's to feel even hotter out there than where we were this week. We're going to watch that very closely as we head into the next couple of days. But again, this weekend is a little bit of a break in the heat. We have highlighted Friday due to that heat advisory out there. Can't rule out that spotty shower storm this afternoon, Saturday afternoon, but next week we start to see some of those clouds clear across the region. Those rain chances come down, but the humidity remains, and that's why those temperatures get up there with all that sunshine into the upper 90s and those feel-like temperatures well into the triple digits. I do expect more of us to be under that extreme heat warning criteria next week than even what we saw yesterday. And as those overnight lows dip down into the 70s, it still feels very warm and muggy, not getting much relief from the heat. But again, if we get any relief, or you consider anything relief, tomorrow would be the day.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Families are making plans already for, summer travel season. I mean, there are times where we just need to get out of town, okay? We don't care how much it costs, but we should care how much it costs. And we want to maximize our dollars for a great road trip. And that seems to be what a lot of families are doing. They're choosing cars over planes because, hey, look, it's more affordable. And if you plan ahead and you take the right small steps, it can make a huge, huge difference. So on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I want to bring in my next guest here, Joe Saul of CHI. He is joining us. He is someone who is a personal finance expert to talk about ways that we can maximize our travel dollars for our road trip this summer. Joe, good morning to you. So first off, let's talk a little bit about those summer road trips, why people are taking them, and how to best maximize our dollar. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. We're all seeing it in our wallet, right? Since the pandemic, a recent national study showed that prices are up about 15% when it comes to travel. Restaurants alone, if you've been in any local restaurant, you already know what I'm talking about. Restaurants up 30%. So this year, it looks like, by the way, that airline prices are flat. But if you remember before the pandemic, a lot of the time we didn't have to pay extra to pick the seat we're sitting in. We didn't have to pay extra for baggage fees. across the board now for not sitting basic economy really add up, whether we're going alone or with a family. So I think that's why this year a lot of families are like, what's in my backyard, or how do I hit the road to maybe have some comfortable travel and see some of Americana that I hadn't seen before?
Yeah, I love it. You know, those road trips can be a lot of fun with the whole family piled in. So let's talk about ways to make sure we don't overspend. And I know a lot of that has to deal with kind of planning ahead, right, Joe?
Oh, sure. And you know what? I'll give you some hacks on both sides. First of all, on planning. I don't like over planning, number one. I'm a planner by nature as a finance guy, right? In my podcast, Stacking Benjamins, we talk about planning. But when you over plan, you suck all the fun out of vacation. We're not the Griswolds. We don't want to do that. So I got this 2-thing rule. We're going to plan a couple things, and I'll give you a couple websites. Love TripAdvisor. If I'm going into that restaurant with restaurant prices up, I want to make sure it's worth it. So we'll find someplace quirky. I get to look at the menu ahead of time so my family knows what they're getting into. And you know what? TripAdvisor is a place where locals have talked about the restaurant. So I can go in and I can read the reviews ahead of time to make restaurants a good experience if I'm going. But also, if I'm on the road trip, I can pack snacks and I can maybe cook. I'm in this beautiful metro park here. If we just look around Memphis and we're going to hopefully be out in the breeze and the temperature stays under 100 degrees, we could be out in the local park that doesn't get as much love as it could. And I'm grilling out, which is going to be a fantastic time. I also like, there's a website called Viator or Viator, Viator.com. A lot of local tours if you're traveling this year. So I love the haunted tours. I like being a little bit scared. Number 2, I like food tours. I love history tours of these little towns around America. Those are so fun. They often cost a lot less money. So that's on that planning side. But there's another planning side people forget. And as a finance guy, I think this is a big one, which is I don't want to get into credit card debt. And I don't want to create these horrible experiences when I get home. I want to be refreshed and ready to go. So I want it to fit the budget. But then if I'm ready to pay cash, everybody asks me about these rewards programs. I then want to take advantage of the reward program, because if I add up points, and these points can add up fairly quickly, and I pay them off right away, I take that cash cushion and I pay it off right after I swipe the card, then I'm not getting into credit card debt and I'm accumulating points, which makes the trip less expensive and also makes the next one less expensive.
You know, you and I are on the same wavelength on this, Joe. I just took a trip not too long ago, and I checked out TripAdvisor and actually had some trips with Viator. So great stuff. I love it. That you're right on point. Let's continue and talk about maybe some tips for gas, hotels, that sort of thing, because those can add up quickly, especially the prices of hotels these days. I don't know about you, but it just feels like hotels have skyrocketed.
If you're traveling this holiday weekend, you don't want to wait because there's a lot of competition. But let's give people some advice for other times. If you're traveling off season, sometimes waiting till the last minute on the hotel when hotels aren't full, they're just trying to get that occupancy rate up. So 4th of July weekend, hear me clearly, if you're staying at a hotel, you want to book now. But off-season travel, maybe waiting is going to save you some dollars. You know what I like too, if we're traveling with the family and with the restaurant price up, this is where Airbnb or Vrbo comes in. Airbnb and Vrbo doesn't necessarily spend you money on the surface, but if I can cook a meal at home after going to the local grocery store on the road trip, everybody's happy. We play some games while we're at the Airbnb. Also, some of these places are pretty quirky and working good memories. I got this friend, Whitney Hansen, who's in Idaho. Shout out to Whitney. Whitney created a house that looks like a flower pot. Like imagine taking your family and staying in a flower pot. We stayed on the coast of Lake Michigan one time in this boat in a marina, the little town called Saugatuck. My family, my kids still talk about that trip. So looking at Vrbo, looking at Airbnb can really not just save money, but can also create some fun memories for the family. Next thing too, by the way, you know, again, I'm standing in this park. Look at parks. Look at, you know, national parks get so much recognition. State and local parks, not nearly as much. This park that I'm in right now, there's a petting farm where my kids petted animals. It costs nothing more. I took a hike here one time and had bird seed and birds eating right out of my hand, like phenomenal fun.
I love it. I love it. What else? What other kind of tools or programs can we touch on before we let you go, Joe? This is all very effective. We have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning.
Well, I got to tell you, taking care of that vehicle, if we're doing the road trip, which I love, as you can tell, I do a lot of road trips in the Saul Sehy family, taking care of really important. So if you've got the app on your phone, we talked about those two apps earlier, the Vitor app and the TripAdvisor, your car manufacturer, whether it's GM, one of the other manufacturers, they all have an app and you can look at the health of your car, properly inflating your tires, making sure you're ready for the scheduled maintenance. Your biggest expense if you don't own a house, you know what the number 2 expense is? That car, and you want to have a lot of road trips. So a great website I'll leave people with is experience.gm.com. You'll which has no annual fee and is one of those cards I talked about with point programs, can help you a lot on accumulating points and saving some money on the trip, and also other GM maintenance, the GM reward. There's experience.gm.com is another great tool to have in your tool belt.
Okay, Joe Saul Sehy, we appreciate your time here. Great advice, great tips for that great summer vacation for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope everybody has a phenomenal
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, there are some things that affect so many different Americans, no matter where you come from, no matter your background, and that is stroke. Nearly 800,000 Americans are affected by stroke each and every year. The treatment options have come a long way, but it's all about early detection. That is key, and there's actually some updated information and some common misconceptions that people need to know about when it comes to stroke. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Dr. Kendrick Johnson. He is with Tulane University School of Medicine to talk more about the issues when it comes to stroke. And Dr. Johnson, thanks for joining us. Let's talk about some of those updated information and common misconceptions. Good morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here on this Stroke Awareness Month discussing such an important topic. And also, Memphis is near and dear to my heart. This is where I learned how to do a lot of this work, working at the Sims Murphy Clinic, so it's great to be here.
Fantastic. Yes, a gem certainly in the Memphis area. We appreciate it. So I would love to know some updated information because, as you know, I mean, early detection can mean so much to a stroke patient.
That is very true. So unfortunately, stroke is very common in the United States. It's one of the leading causes of death and disability here. About every 40 seconds, someone has a stroke in the United States. And unfortunately as well, about every 3 minutes, someone in the United States dies from a stroke. So it's really important that we get this information out and know the signs and symptoms of stroke.
Let's talk about those symptoms too, because it's, you know, early detection, as we've been mentioning.
That is true. The easiest way to recognize the signs and symptoms of stroke is what we tell our patients is the acronym FAST, where F stands for facial drooping, typically drooping on one side of the face. A stands for arm weakness, usually one arm and not the other. And all same goes for the leg. S stands for speech difficulty producing speech or understanding speech. And T stands for time, meaning time to call 911 if you recognize those symptoms.
What about the updated information? That's something that's certainly clued in this month, right?
Yes, sir. So one of the biggest advances we've had in this specialty is our medical and also procedural. One of the biggest things we do is a procedure called mechanical thrombectomy, meaning that if the patient comes to us in time, we're able to minimally invasively enter the blood vessels, snake a small catheter up to the brain, and either pull that clot out or suck that clot out. And by that procedure, our goal is to turn what would have been a large stroke into a smaller stroke. And what that does is it helps patients recover better, avoid going to a nursing home in certain situations, and completely recover in certain situations as well.
But so let me ask you this, Dr. Johnson. I mean, early detection. What should we be looking for in order to get to the hospital and know if we're a leading candidate for a stroke?
So if you see any of those symptoms, no matter how minor they are, get to your local stroke hospital. Admittedly, not all hospitals are exactly the same, but if you call 911, they'll take you to the correct location and get you evaluated by the correct specialist.
So can we go over those early detections, warning signs for everybody, just so they know about it?
So again, the acronym is FAST: face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty, and time.
Is there maybe something people can do to lower their risk of stroke?
So the biggest risk factors for stroke are mostly general medical conditions, meaning persistently high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, obesity, and smoking. So the biggest thing you can do for yourself is working with a medical doctor regularly to help reduce those risks by way of medication and lifestyle changes, and also increasing physical activity. All those things in conjunction help lower our risk of stroke.
All right, Dr. Kendrick Johnson, Tulane School of Medicine neurosurgeon, thanks for joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. We appreciate your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Let's talk a little bit about this budget bill with specifics to Medicaid. We know that the budget bill passed earlier this month. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Patrick Coakley. He is with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation to talk specifically about Medicaid and the cuts that are expected to happen here. Patrick, tell me some of your biggest concerns with regards to the cuts to Medicaid. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me on. You know, nearly 79 million people in the U.S. receive health insurance coverage through Medicaid. It's the nation's largest health insurance program. But with these Senate cuts that are looking to cut nearly $1 trillion from programs like Medicaid, which includes things like SNAP or changes to the safety net program, there could be some dire consequences for the millions of Americans who rely on Medicaid for their essential health care. This includes individuals with disabilities who could lose critical coverage that allows them to live and work independently. You know, in Tennessee alone, there's about 132,000 folks who are enrolled, but the impacts go even farther than that. If you consider that, like, almost 253,000 of the Tennessee citizens that are 50 or older could also face some ramifications from Medicaid cuts, either through their access to health care or access to the other services that they've been using in order to maintain their health.
So Patrick, we've done several stories on this, and my understanding is that as long as someone is able to prove 80 hours of mandatory either work, volunteer, or school, able-bodied folks going back to work, I mean that's kind of the conditions I'm understanding when it comes to Medicaid or Medicare. Medicaid, excuse me. Am I wrong at this? That was my understanding.
Well, it's not that that's not the case, but these work requirements and the eligibility checks tend to make it harder for any individuals to maintain their coverage, especially for people with disabilities. The more checks and the more structures you put in place like that separate people from access to care, make it more likely that anyone experiencing any sort of average sort of work or life-based trauma. Maybe their internet goes down. Maybe they are shuffling jobs. Maybe they have unexpected pickup. That will make it more difficult for them to fulfill the paperwork or sort of jump through those hurdles that are necessary. And it's more likely that they will lose care because of that. Even though a lot of the bill exempts people with disabilities, especially from work requirements, inevitably anyone can get swept up in sort of these new requirements that they need in order to gain care. So we should be very careful when we either talk about cuts or even talk about those hurdles that we're making folks jump through in order to get access to good health care.
I agree. I mean, we got to be careful on both sides, whether it's cuts or whether the work requirements are in place. So this bill has passed. It has now been signed. What would you recommend people who have questions, especially those with disabilities?
Sure, of course. The first thing to do is always get as informed as much as you can as is possible. Understand what's in the bill, what's to come, and especially understand how this is going to affect the care that you have access to in Tennessee. Many states have different timelines. Lawsuits may create further changes. So it's really important for us to know how this is going to affect us individually, especially for those of us who are caring for elders, for seniors, those of us with disabilities or have disabilities in our families. We need to make sure that we know exactly how these changes will affect us. And then find information where you can. We've been very fortunate that our friends at the American Association of People with Disabilities have gathered information on Medicaid from state to state. So you can visit their website at www.aapd.com to find information on Medicaid changes in Tennessee.
Okay, Patrick Hokley, we appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, another live look from our High Five camera here as we go to break in Midtown. It is 84 degrees already at 8 minutes after 9 o'clock. Let's talk about more Action News 5's Digital Desk in 1 minute.
Well, we are seeing a pattern change across the Mid-South that is going to bring a couple more clouds into our forecast. It's still hot out there, and we have a heat advisory in effect for the day today, but this frontal system just off to our north, that is going to help enhance some cloud cover and the potential for a spotty shower or storm. This low pressure system to our south, in addition to that frontal system, will help to increase that cloud cover, especially later on this afternoon. Now, if you remember, this low pressure that was associated with a system that had a chance of developing into Tropical Storm Dexter out in the Gulf, but we are lucky enough not to have seen that. It stayed over land most of its lifetime, and that made it harder to develop over the waters of the Gulf. And that has remained a tropical low. It's bringing quite a a bit of rainfall over Louisiana this morning. However, as this moves northward and this frontal system sags a little bit farther to the south, that brings in that extra cloud cover and the potential for a shower or storm. This is how that unfolds here on our Futurecast. Most of that cloud cover this morning to northern portions of the area and to the west of the Mississippi River. But after we head past 11 a.m., feel like temperatures in the triple digits, high temperatures getting up into the 90s. And we have some spotty showers or storms that could pop up across parts of the region as we head towards that evening commute home from work or any of those summer camp activities. Not expecting those showers or storms to be widespread. Most of the region does not see that. But keep that rain gear nearby in case that pop-up shower is near your neighborhood. Into the overnight hours, those temperatures fall back down into the 70s, partly cloudy skies rather than mostly clear, which was what we've been seeing the past couple of nights. And then more cloud cover as we head into your Saturday. For your Friday today, though, any showers that do form very far off in northern parts of the area as we head towards Dyersburg. That's where you have some gusty wind possible with some of those stronger storms, but not expecting a overwhelming severe weather event from this one. Most of us actually do not see, again, that rainfall with only a 30% chance of rain during the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Now that comes along with those temperatures getting up into the 90s. I think we'll feel like the triple digits as early as 11 a.m. this morning, and mostly cloudy skies do come into play. We're going to end with more cloud cover than how we have started the day. That is for sure out there. Heat alerts, it feels like 105 degrees plus within the heat advisory as we head towards the warmest part of the afternoon. That includes Memphis in Shelby County, includes down towards Sardis, Tunica, up towards Dyersburg. I know Tunica yesterday, you were in that extreme heat warning. That extreme heat warning today, farther off to the west. So not seeing that as a problem within the Mid-South today. But I expect those extreme heat warnings to come back into the forecast, and this is why. We have highs getting up into the lower 90s. For your Saturday, high of 90 degrees. That's the coolest day over the next 7 days. But those feel-like temperatures still getting into the triple digits each afternoon. However, I think we have the chance at being below heat advisory criteria for your Saturday. But look at next week. All this pink. Whenever it comes to heat, pink is never a very good thing to see out there. We are going to have those feel-like temperatures in the triple digits, could even get close to 120 degrees feel-like temperature in the warmest part of the afternoon on Monday. So that's why we're expecting, with these high temperatures getting into the mid to upper 90s next week, it's to feel even hotter out there than where we were this week. We're going to watch that very closely as we head into the next couple of days. But again, this weekend is a little bit of a break in the heat. We have highlighted Friday due to that heat advisory out there. Can't rule out that spotty shower storm this afternoon, Saturday afternoon, but next week we start to see some of those clouds clear across the region. Those rain chances come down, but the humidity remains. And that's why those temperatures get up there with all that sunshine into the upper 90s and those feel-like temperatures well into the triple digits. I do expect more of us to be under that extreme heat warning criteria next week than even what we saw yesterday. And as those overnight lows dip down into the 70s, it still feels very warm and muggy, not getting much relief from the heat. But again, if we get any relief or you consider anything relief, tomorrow would be the day.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you this. This is a Man Up Men's Wellness Resource Fair that is happening July 19th. That's this Saturday. It is a free event. It's open to the public. And as the title of it says, this is to help men take charge of their health, mentally, financially, physically, and spiritually. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by one of the sponsors, one of the organizers, Brother Dimitrik Mohammed, joining me on the Digital Desk to talk more about this event and the importance behind it. Dimitrik, thanks for joining me. So tell me about the thought process about why it's so important to have this event in Memphis around this time. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. We're so very happy and so very honored and excited about this weekend's event. And we just believe that we need to do more in our community to respond to many of the various challenges, particularly with young men. We know and we see each and every day that there are rising levels of crime and violence. And so we want to intervene into the lives of the young men in our community to make sure that we're providing them the necessary resources to take care of themselves, to change their thought process, and to be better community stakeholders.
Okay, and I want to show this flyer once again because I think it's important for everybody to kind of see what we're talking about here. This is not just a wellness fair. This is all kinds of different things. We're talking financial literacy. We're talking about mental wellness and physical and spiritual. Explain the wide depth of wellness that we're talking about here and why it's so important.
Well, we wanted to take a holistic approach. We wanted to address every aspect of manhood. There's an old saying, in order to build a community, you must first build up the men. And so we want to make sure that the young men in our community, the older men in our community, the fathers, the husbands, the sons are outfitted with resources, knowledge, and guidance to strengthen their health physically, spiritually, emotionally, even to deal with many of the issues of life, to give them information to help them solve many of the problems that they may be going through so that they can be better fathers, better husbands, and better members of the community.
And I see it's at the Whitehaven Community Center, the banquet hall there. That's 4318 Graceland Drive. And it's only for 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours on a Saturday where people can just go, and it's free. And you're asking people to register or RSVP just so you kind of get a head count. How many people did you have last year? And tell me what were some of the reasons that you having it again this year?
Last year, we had a modest crowd of maybe 100, and the information that was provided was so profound. We just felt that we should put a lot of energy and effort into expanding the audience for all of the subject matter experts that came last year, and they shared and they really poured into the audience. And so each and every year, we're trying to make it bigger and better. And it's just inspired, to give a safe space for men to come together to discuss, issues that are germane to our role and our function in the lives of our families and, how we can become better. We're not looking for any outside entities to come in and rescue our community. We want to pull ourselves up from our proverbial bootstraps. We want to do what we can to help improve our own lives and our own condition. And we realize that one of our greatest impediments is simply ignorance to many of the things that would be solutions to the problems that we have in our families, in our organizations, and especially dealing with our young people.
I see that you have various panel discussions as a part of this process. Tell me a little bit about the panel discussions and what you hope comes out of it.
Well, we have some wonderful hosts. This event is being co-sponsored with our city council representative in the Whitehaven area, Ms. Pearl Eva Walker, and she's going to be one of the hosts. along with the Reverend Dr. Brooks. They're going to be facilitating a discussion that helps to bring out from all of our subject matter experts their expertise dealing with certain of the issues and challenges that we're facing in Memphis. I think it's no secret that Memphis has been on the hearts and minds and even on the lips being mentioned by many people these days due to many of the challenges that we have. And so we believe that right here residing in Memphis is the solution to all of the problems that we have. You know, we've seen, you know, something of a governmental response, but this event kind of represents a community response to those challenges. And we want to give those community stakeholders, those subject matter experts, an opportunity to share and to give their guidance to the people who need it most.
I love what you're doing. I'm a big proponent of giving and empowering dads and fathers all across Memphis and the Mid-South to do more to help their family and in turn help their community. Anything else you want to say before we let you go? I think this is something that that can really be a benefit, not just for those men that go, but for their families as well.
Well, we're just very excited and very appreciative of the opportunity to come on and be with you to help get the word out. You know, there's an old saying that evil only persists when good men do nothing. And so we're calling on all of those men who consider themselves to be good men. Come out, bring your sons, bring your fathers. We're asking the mothers and the sisters in the community, invite your dad, your granddad, your husbands. It's going to be a wonderful afternoon. It's going to be a great program. It's going to be fellowship. There's going to be information. And we want to begin to, you know, create a lot of energy around, you know, becoming more responsible and rising to the challenges of our community. And we believe that the men in the city of Memphis are not only ready, but equipped to do so.
I 100% agree, and I appreciate you organizing this great event. Brother Dimitri Mohammed, we appreciate your time on the Action News 5 digital desk. Really great that you are putting this together with other folks, and I look forward to hearing all the great responses after July 19th from 2 to 4:30. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
In the summer months, those hot, humid, warm temperatures, they bring out all kinds of critters. We're talking about bugs, some nasty ones there. You got the mosquitoes, you got ticks, you got spiders, and all kinds of different things. What are the best methods to protect yourself from the bugs that we see across Memphis and the Mid-South this summer? Let's bring in someone in the know. We got Dr. Anna Yang joining us once again on the Action News 5 digital desk. She is a physician at Regional 1 Hospital. And Dr. Yang, there are so many critters just crawling around all over the place, and some are obviously more dangerous than others. What are some of the best methods to escape a bug bite this summer? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back. Yes, the spring and the summer definitely bring back the critters in full force. There's a lot of different ones out there right now. I mean, the best thing you can do is to make sure you protect yourself. You know, there's a lot of different types of insect repellent out there to put on, and make sure, you know, the clothing that you have will also help protect against bug bites, especially if you're going to be, you know, messing around places where bugs like to hide. For the most part, bugs aren't there trying to bite you. They're trying to avoid you for the most part. So, you know, try to avoid places where you might disturb you know, bugs that are resting, and make sure you wear protective clothing, bug spray. And a lot of bugs also tend to be more active in the dawn and dusk time periods. So, you know, generally being more careful during those times is important.
Yeah, good advice there, Dr. Yang. What about here in the Mid-South and what you see in your practice? What are the bug bites that really cause people a lot of problems?
So most bug bites are no big deal. Some bug bites you don't even feel happening and they don't do anything. Maybe they're a little bit itchy, maybe they hurt a little bit, but most bug bites are not a problem at all. Some bug bites like mosquitoes and ticks, they can transmit illnesses. So we do have to be a little bit more careful with them. So, you know, there are a couple of cases of West Nile virus so far this year here in Tennessee. So you do have to watch out for that. Most bugs though don't really cause anything. Tick bites as well. In this area, there's not very much Lyme disease. It's not impossible, but there's not very much of it. We do have Rocky Mountain spotted fever here too, though. So if you do, you know, go in areas and wooded places like that that may have ticks, make sure you check yourself afterwards, check your family members, check your pets. And if you see any ticks, make sure you try to remove them early. And as far as, you know, other things like stinging insects like wasps and bees and things like that, most of the time, again, these are just, you know, painful stings. Make sure you get the stinger out, you know, wash it. You know, if you need some topical medications just to kind of help the local reaction, that's totally fine. But, you know, if you have any systemic symptoms, you know, allergic reaction type symptoms, or you're having trouble breathing, you know, back of your throat or your tongue or your mouth is swelling, or you get a rash all over your body, make sure you get medical care for things like that quickly.
You know, I know spiders are an issue, certainly, and the brown recluse is one of those that people need to watch for here in Memphis in the Mid-South. Can you explain a little bit to our audience some of the issues with the brown recluse?
Sure. So the two venomous spiders that we have here in Tennessee, those are the brown recluse and the black widow. Both spiders are pretty easy to spot, and the good news is they don't want to bite you. They like to hide in places, you know, dark places that are undisturbed, basements underneath, you know, rocks and debris and things like that. So for the most part, you won't encounter them. But if you are, you know, rummaging through areas that haven't been disturbed in a while, you know, digging under things or pulling up rocks and things like that, then you definitely do need to be especially careful for these two things. The brown recluse spider, there is no anti-venom for. Most of the time, these also do fine, but they can cause some localized tissue destruction and necrosis. So the most important thing for these is wound care, keeping an eye on them, making sure they don't get infected. And if they are really painful, or they're getting worse, or they're, you know, changing or getting deeper or turning dark inside, or, you know, something doesn't look right or feel right about it, then definitely go get checked out. But even these, most of the time, do fine.
Where do people make their biggest mistakes when it comes to, you know, bugs, bug bites, trying to prevent it, but as a result, they don't?
So I don't really have anything specific for that. Most people actually do a pretty good job of protecting themselves. The most important thing is just to remember that they are out there, and, you know, use some common sense and put that bug spray on, and, you know, not reach for things that you haven't at least looked at first, or, you know, forget to protect yourself, you know, gloves, making sure you're wearing good protective shoes and clothing. But as long as you keep those things in mind, you really can avoid most of the dangers from bugs and insects out there.
If people don't want to put DEET in terms of bug spray on themselves, what do you recommend as a safe alternative to DEET?
Yeah, there are a lot of different insect repellents out there that don't contain DEET. So, you know, take a look at all the options out there. There are some things that can contain more natural chemicals and things like that that don't contain DEET that are still effective in preventing bugs from getting to you.
Okay, do you recommend any? I know that, lemon eucalyptus, picaridin, some others, right?
Yep, there are those for sure. They have those, bracelets out there that contain some, natural type chemicals and, fragrances and stuff like that that tend to keep away bugs. But yes, all those things you mentioned are definitely reasonable alternatives to try.
Okay, Dr. Annie Yang, appreciate you coming on the digital desk to help us all just kind of avoid some of those nasty bugs out there, some ugly bugs, if you will, on the this summer here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate your time as always. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you the latest cover of La Prensa Latina on newsstands now. This is the largest bilingual newspaper in the Memphis area. And the cover story is about a new hope for immigrants. A proposed law could offer legal status to millions of undocumented people. The CEO of La Prensa Latina joining me now, Jairo Aguirre, on the Action News 5 digital desk. Jairo, tell me more about our cover story. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so as you see in the front cover is Esperanza, which is hope, right? And that's what that's what the cover is about. Hope to the millions of undocumented immigrants that are not just here in Memphis, but across our nation. So it's been increasingly tense, of course, with immigration climate in the United States, but a new legislative proposal could bring a ray of hope to this millions of people, including thousands of Hispanic living that are working here in Memphis. So there's Congresswoman Maria Elvia Salazar. She's a Republican from Florida, and Veronica Escobar, who's a Democrat from Texas, introduced the Dignity Act of 2025, which is a bold bipartisan immigration reform bill aimed to granting temporary legal status for up to 7 years. Those that lived in the country since 2020. So that would offer undocumented immigrants a chance to be here legally. It's not a way to a citizenship or residency, but it is a way in which they can stay here legally, work. They're not going to be eligible for like food stamps or Medicaid, but they will be able to be here legally. And there's also a $7,000 restitution fee, which it's going to actually be spread out over the course of 7 years. So, requirements would be no criminal record, that $7,000 restitution fee, and you're going to be able to reapply again after those 7 years. So there is hope. And so with, it's one of those things that we continue to look forward to as far as what options are immigrants going to have to stay here legally. So we're always looking for that path to residency or citizenship.
Yeah, it's a big story, and certainly on the cover there of La Prensa Latina and LaPrensaLatina.com. The second story, also something I'd like to focus on here, Jairo. This is about Primark coming to the Wolf Chase Galleria, first store in Tennessee. Tell me more.
Yeah, first store in Tennessee. So, we have a great partnership with Wolf Chase, and one of those things that Wolf Chase has to offer is, we want it to be like a safe haven places where people can go shop, have fun, spend time with their family. And it's always a nice, uplifting news when a store as big as, Primark, wants to open their doors here. So they have a second one coming too to Cool Springs Gallery in Franklin. But this store, it's going to be 30, I think it's like 35,600 square feet. And so it's an exciting thing. It's, of course, with fashion and everything. They're going to open their stores in July 24th. So I know they're planning to do a big grand opening. I think they're going to have like DJs and tons of cool stuff. So for people out there to do. So if you're around the area, go to Primark on July 24th for the grand opening. I can't wait to see it. I've never been to one. Again, I'm not a big shopper myself, but whenever I want to, of course, I'm always looking for the bargain. So I think this is going to be the place to go.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm looking for bargains as well. I think we all are these days, Jairo.
That's right. Yeah.
That's just the the nature of the beast. At least for me, it is.
Yeah.
Final
My
one
shopping
here.
habits go. Oh, I was gonna say my shopping
go ahead.
habits. Whenever I go to the store, I go here, see what's trending, and then I go straight to maybe some clearance section. If I don't see it, I'm
Yes.
out.
Yeah, that's my favorite, the clearance section. I agree with you. So let's look at this one, the sports section here. Jaren Jackson Jr. going to stay with the Memphis Grizzlies. Everybody excited about that. Certainly we're excited and hopeful for next year.
Yeah, I know you guys covered it a lot, but can you believe that 240 million extension? And that's gonna go through 2029, God, it's gonna be weird to say 2030. But it's the message is clear. Jackson both is the present and the future of Memphis. I know he's got a little injury right now for turf toe on his right foot, but he's expected to do a full recovery by December, and so. His absence will be significant, especially with John Morant. I know they have another Spanish player too, Santi, who also is going to be a big key into the Grizzlies too.
Yeah, Santi Aldama, a fan favorite for sure. Someone that my family and I know very well. Just signed him. Great shooter from outside. His dad played for the Spain team for Barcelona, and so he did as well. So runs in the family, and hopefully with all the team back next year, or at least a large portion of it, that we got a shot to make a run deep into the playoffs. Fingers crossed, though, right?
That's right. And it looks like everything is like piecing out to be a better and better, team, and looking forward to a better season. And like you said, fingers crossed. And we're going to continue supporting the Grizzlies, I guess. In this next upcoming season, that's what we do.
Exactly. Once again, these articles and much more on the pages of La Prensa Latina on newsstands right now, wherever you go ahead and pick up your copy this week. And, of course, you can go to laprensalatina.com and all of La Prensa Latina's socials. Anything else before we let you go, Jairo?
No, just again, every week we're excited to be here, this partnership, to thank you for the people listening. You can always go to laprensalatina.com, check out our latest stories, especially right now with everything going on with immigration. We're always active also on social media, La Prensa Latina Media, and of course our newsstands. So you'll be able to see the newsstand locations on our website at laprensalatina.com as well. So if you're looking.
Awesome. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, absolutely, Jairo. Always good to see you on a Friday. Have a great weekend. We appreciate your time. All right. Another live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis. 84 degrees already at 9:38. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Well, we are seeing a pattern change across the Mid-South that is going to bring a couple more clouds into our forecast. It's still hot out there, and we have a heat advisory in effect for the day today, but this frontal system just off to our north, that is going to help enhance some cloud cover and the potential for a spotty shower or storm. This low pressure system to our south, in addition to that frontal system, will help to increase that cloud cover, especially later on this afternoon. Now, if you remember, this low pressure, that was associated with a system that had a chance of developing into Tropical Storm Dexter out in the Gulf, but we are lucky enough not to have seen that. It stayed over land most of its lifetime, and that made it harder to develop over the waters of the Gulf. And that has remained a tropical low. It's bringing quite a bit of rainfall over Louisiana this morning. However, as this moves northward and this frontal system sags a little bit farther to the south, that brings in that extra cloud cover and the potential for a shower or storm. This is how that unfolds here on our Futurecast. Most of that cloud cover this morning to northern portions of the area and to the west of the Mississippi River. But after we head past 11 a.m., feel like temperatures in the triple digits, high temperatures getting up into the 90s. And we have some spotty showers or storms that could pop up across parts of the region as we head towards that evening commute home from work or any of those summer camp activities. Not expecting those showers or storms to be widespread. Most of the region does not see that. But keep that rain gear nearby in case that pop-up shower is near your neighborhood. Into the overnight hours, those temperatures fall back down into the 70s, partly cloudy skies rather than mostly clear, which was what we've been seeing the past couple of nights. And then more cloud cover as we head into your Saturday. For your Friday today, though, any showers that do form very far off in northern parts of the area as we head towards Dyersburg, that's where you have some gusty wind possible with some of those stronger storms, but not expecting a overwhelming severe weather event from this one. Most of us actually do not see, again, that rainfall with only a 30% chance of rain during the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Now that comes along with those temperatures getting up into the 90s. I think we'll feel like the triple digits as early as 11 a.m. this morning, and mostly cloudy skies do come into play. We're going to end with more cloud cover than how we have started the day. That is for sure out there. Heat alerts, it feels like 105 degrees plus within the heat advisory as we head towards the warmest part of the afternoon. That includes Memphis and Shelby County, includes down towards Sardis, Tunica, up towards Dyersburg. I know Tunica yesterday, you were in that extreme heat warning. That extreme heat warning today, farther off to the west. So not seeing that as a problem within the Mid-South today. But I expect those extreme heat warnings to come back into the forecast, and this is why. We have highs getting up into the lower 90s. For your Saturday, high of 90 degrees. That's the coolest day over the next 7 days. But those feel like temperatures still getting into the triple digits each afternoon. However, I think we have the chance at being below heat advisory criteria for your Saturday. But look at next week. All this pink. Whenever it comes to heat, pink is never a very good thing to see out there. We are going to have those feel like temperatures in the triple digits, could even get close to 120 degrees feel like temperature in the warmest part of the afternoon on Monday. So that's why we're expecting, with these high temperatures getting into the mid to upper 90s next week, it's to feel even hotter out there than where we were this week. We're going to watch that very closely as we head into the next couple of days. But again, this weekend is a little bit of a break in the heat. We have highlighted Friday due to that heat advisory out there. Can't rule out that spotty shower storm this afternoon, Saturday afternoon, but next week we start to see some of those clouds clear across the region. Those rain chances come down, but the humidity remains. And that's why those temperatures get up there with all that sunshine into the upper 90s and those feel like temperatures well into the triple digits. I do expect more of us to be under that extreme heat warning criteria next week than even what we saw yesterday. And as those overnight lows dip down into the 70s, it still feels very warm and muggy, not getting much relief from the heat. But again, if we get any relief or you consider anything relief, tomorrow would be the day.
All right, we're going to switch gears here and talk a little bit about the state of Arkansas. You know, more and more people are realizing, I certainly realize this here in Memphis in the Mid-South, that where you live affects how you live. You know, you could be living in the most beautiful place in the world, but if you don't feel good about it and you don't really kind of mesh with where you are, it's not going to feel good. It's not going to be the most beautiful place in the world. But if you embrace it and you enjoy it, no matter where you are, you're going to enjoy where you live. And it feels like mind over matter a little bit. On the Action News 5 digital desk, I am joined now, happy to be joined by actress Dawn Olivieri. And anyone who has watched Yellowstone, she is no stranger to you, but she has a great little story here because she relocated from California to Arkansas. She found not only a slower pace, but a stronger purpose. So, Dawn, good morning to you. Tell me more about your move and how you are reflecting on that move this morning.
Well, good morning to you. Thank you for having me. I love that you say slower pace. I brought all the action with me. I thought I did come for nature, right? That's what I showed up in seeking of, but I brought the whole world with me. And Arkansas does something for the soul out here. And I came to be as close to as much wildness as I could stomach. And what it ended up doing for me was it created Moon Mountain Sanctuary and Rescue, which is my wild Mustang rescue here in Arkansas. But on a soul level, I was able to put the mirror down, right? In LA, I call it the land of mirrors. But when you come out here and you're in direct conversation with the natural world, there's no place for the mirror. It becomes cumbersome and it's a false sense of who you are. So you start meeting people from the inside. And it actually also affected my acting, which I think was a really interesting side effect. It made me a stronger actress because I was no longer living on the surface of things. I'm going to assume you're still there. So maybe we just can't hear you right now.
Can you not hear me, Dawn?
Oh, now. Yeah, well,
you can hear
keep
me
talking.
now?
I don't mind. I was trying to give you some space.
No.
Yeah.
So what I was saying was, like, there's no question that nature has a healing effect. Whether you're out in nature for a minute, a weekend, what have you, it heals all of us. And so it's so great to hear your story. Tell me where you live in Arkansas and what that healing process has been like for you.
Well, the Moon Mountain is situated in Mena, Arkansas. It's about as far out as you can get in Arkansas. It's sort of 3 hours from any major airport, which creates a very pristine environment out here, very conducive to bringing 100 wild horses to your house. But we live on the edge of a national forest, and that was one of my prerequisites was I wanted land on a national forest. And what's very unique about Mena is it is almost a peninsula surrounded by national forests. And that's a very unique organization of a city is you know, is what I thought. And what I know to be true with how that works is that you end up attracting a lot of outdoor enthusiasts. And little did I know, Arkansas had a lot going on in that department. You could even argue it's up there for the recreational capital of the world, just by nature of how it is constructed here. You have hiking, you have mountain biking, tubing, kayaking, horseback riding, side-by-side off-roading. I mean, the list just continues. And I couldn't believe I didn't know anything about Arkansas before. It was never on my map of places to visit. And when I moved here, I thought, well, this is a story that needs to be told. So I take initiative a lot of times. If you don't know much about me, that's definitely something I got in spades. And I said, you know, I went to Arkansas, like, and I said, can I tell your story from my perspective? Because that's as authentic as I could get. And I made a docuseries, and I call it My Natural State because the slogan is the natural state for Arkansas. So I wanted to show the beauty of Arkansas, but at the same time, at the same time show the spiritual journey of a person learning to connect with a deeper level of themselves through that travel, through the natural wonders of Arkansas. And that's what I did, and that's what this story is about.
Well, fantastic, Dawn. I love hearing it. You know, we are in Memphis, so we're right there on the border of Arkansas. Been to the Ozarks plenty of times. It's gorgeous. And certainly some other areas, Mountain Home, Mountain Brook. It's just a gorgeous state. There's no question about it. Anything else you want to share with our audience? We actually broadcast into parts of Arkansas, North Mississippi, and West Tennessee.
Well, I think there's a lot of people out there that have this in their heart, that they're trying to be in a big city so they can make enough money to move and have the life they want, get a few acres and have animals and have their little homestead. My advice is to just go now. You know, don't let fear keep you stuck, because I did it. I didn't have the partner that I thought I would have. I didn't have the money that I thought I would have, but I still did it. And the thing is when you choose what's coming from your heart, what it's saying to you, it all comes with you. It's like the reward for listening to that little voice. And if you're still not sure, Arkansas has this great website. It's arkansas.com/relocation. And you can actually they have this relocation calculator, and you can calculate your cost of living comparison from where you live currently to where you could move in Arkansas. And if that doesn't seal the deal, then go and look at all the pictures of Arkansas, or come to my Instagram, Dawn Olivieri. If you don't know how to spell my name, just type in Yellowstone into a Google search. It'll pop up. And come and see what we're doing here at Moon Mountain Sanctuary and Rescue and all the horses that we're helping. Come volunteer, and then we can kind of guide you to the thousands of waterfalls you can visit, where you can go find a diamond, and then you can just fund your entire move. It's that easy. Or you could just go tubing and contemplate your existence. Arkansas literally has it all.
Before we let you go, anything that you want to share with some Yellowstone fans out there? I know that we have plenty of them. What was the most satisfying aspect of being a part of this series?
Well, you know, Wes Bentley is actually from Arkansas. Isn't that funny? He was born in Arkansas. So we had a lot of Arkansas conversations to talk together in between, you know, conniving and our takedown of the Yellowstone dynasty. But what a great show. What an anomaly. What an incredible beacon for people. I think even that show did some of this, right? It's like when you watch that world, you want that world for yourself. People started wearing cowboy hats and cowboy boots. Now they're like, maybe we want a horse, right? Good. Come and get one from Moon Mountain, and then I'll teach you how to be a real cowboy. I dare you.
All right, Dawn Olivieri on the Digital Desk. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it, and enjoy yourself.
Absolutely.
In Maine. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We're in the midst of summer and school's out, and everyone's having a good time outdoors, having a lot of fun, whether it's in the pool or at summer camp, perhaps. Everyone's having a great time staying active, and certainly you want to make sure that your kids are not only having a great time and staying active, but also being nutritious and healthy when You can, certainly. Let's bring in someone that can help us navigate the nutritious landscape. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Dawn Jackson Blattner. She is someone who is a registered dietitian and a nutritionist, joining us on the digital desk to maybe come up with some creative ideas, tips, suggestions to make our summer healthier. Dawn, good morning to you. Tell us, where do we begin?
Oh my goodness. Well, the first stop is, listen, people are forgetting to fuel their fun out there. They're going to pickleball, they're bike riding, they're jump roping, and they're forgetting that all of that is sports. And you need the right sports nutrition to fuel all of that fun activity.
Let's hear it.
Okay, well, so if you think about it, there's probably 4 things that I like to incorporate in my fitnessy snacks. It's carbs for energy, protein for your muscles, electrolytes because you lose those in sweat, and hydration. So I'm always thinking about those 4 things with my snack. And I'll tell you, I have one favorite fitness food, and that is Natural Delights Medjool dates. And dates, here's why I love them. They are naturally energizing, and there's no added sugar. There's fiber, so it's this long, like natural energy that you feel. And then they're packed with potassium. So potassium is this electrolyte that is great for your muscles. It's great for hydration, and dates taste like caramel. So they are delicious in all of these snacks. So I have 3 snack ideas for you, okay? The first one is before you work out. It's something light but energizing. This is almond butter crunch dates. You take a date, put some almond butter in there, and a pretzel on top. The dates are naturally energizing. The almond butter gives you a pop of protein, and the pretzel gives you salt or sodium that you lose in your sweat. So 2 or 3 of these before you go do something active, awesome, so energizing. And then afterwards, your body needs sort of different nutrition there. It needs something like a caramel apple cottage cheese bowl. Cottage cheese packed with protein. And then I chop up the date, which tastes like caramel, put apple in there, a little granola butter. And this is replenishing and repairing a body that's just been super active. So I love that. Before, after, and now anytime you need a little boost, this is a date milk iced latte. So I take dates blended with my favorite milk, and then I put that with iced coffee. And I drink this like this, naturally sweet, naturally energizing. And you can put this latte into popsicle molds and have a real refreshing treat anytime.
You know, I always often thought, Dawn, that dates are some of the most underrated foods out there when it comes to nutrition, when it comes to sweetness. I don't understand why we don't eat more of them.
Well, I am so glad that we are here talking about it today, because they honestly really are such an important food. That's why I have them in all of my snacks. Because you think about it, you want that energy, and so you can do it before a workout, but you also, after a workout, need to replenish all the energy that you put out there, and so they're great for afterwards as well. So I love the versatility.
Did you hear me? I'm sorry. I was going to say, what can we do to make our summer snacks and our summer meals healthier, Dawn?
Okay, I think the biggest thing to remember is you want to fuel before your fun. So everybody thinks about sunscreen. Yes, put it on. That's smart. But in addition to that, make sure you add the snack. That is your essential summer prep. And, you know, it really is as simple and delicious as doing something like this, you know, a little date with almond butter and a pretzel. Everybody could do it, and it changes the game when it comes to energy.
Fantastic. Okay, so you've mentioned a bunch of different meals, or not meals, but little different recipes, that
Snack
sort of
attack.
thing.
This is our snack attack here.
Thank you. Thank you. Where can we get these recipes? Because I'm curious about that.
Yes, so the food that I've been talking about this whole time, it's like, where do you get Natural Delights Medjool dates? Amazon. You can also check their store locator, which is on naturaldelights.com.
Naturaldelights.com. Okay, well, listen, we appreciate it. Dawn, thank you so much for these great summer nutrition tips. We could all use them. Dawn Jackson Blattner joining us on the digital desk. Thank you.
Well, we are seeing a pattern change across the Mid-South that is going to bring a couple more clouds into our forecast. It's still hot out there, and we have a heat advisory in effect for the day today, but this frontal system just off to our north, that is going to help enhance some cloud cover and the potential for a spotty shower or storm. This low pressure system to our south, in addition to that frontal system, will help to increase that cloud cover, especially later on this afternoon. Now, if you remember, this low pressure, that was associated with a system that had a chance of developing into Tropical Storm Dexter out in the Gulf, but we are lucky enough not to have seen that. It stayed over land most of its lifetime, and that made it harder to develop over the waters of the Gulf. And that has remained a tropical low. It's bringing quite a bit of rainfall over Louisiana this morning. However, as this moves northward and this frontal system sags a little bit farther to the south, that brings in that extra cloud cover and the potential for a shower or storm. This is how that unfolds here on our Futurecast. Most of that cloud cover this morning to northern portions of the area and to the west of the Mississippi River. But after we head past 11 a.m., feel like temperatures in the triple digits, high temperatures getting up into the 90s. And we have some spotty showers or storms that could pop up across parts of the region as we head towards that evening commute home from work or any of those summer camp activities. Not expecting those showers or storms to be widespread. Most of the region does not see that. But keep that rain gear nearby in case that pop-up shower is near your neighborhood. Into the overnight hours, those temperatures fall back down into the 70s, partly cloudy skies rather than mostly clear, which was what we've been seeing the past couple of nights. And then more cloud cover as we head into your Saturday. For your Friday today, though, any showers that do form very far off in northern parts of the area as we head towards Dyersburg, that's where you have some gusty wind possible with some of those stronger storms, but not expecting a overwhelming severe weather event from this one. Most of us actually do not see, again, that rainfall with only a 30% chance of rain during the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Now that comes along with those temperatures getting up into the 90s. I think we'll feel like the triple digits as early as 11 a.m. this morning, and mostly cloudy skies do come into play. We're going to end with more cloud cover than how we have started the day. That is for sure out there. Heat alerts, it feels like 105 degrees plus within the heat advisory as we head towards the warmest part of the afternoon. That includes Memphis in Shelby County, includes down towards Sardis, Tunica, up towards Dyersburg. I know Tunica yesterday, you were in that extreme heat warning. That extreme heat warning today, farther off to the west. So not seeing that as a problem within the Mid-South today. But I expect those extreme heat warnings to come back into the forecast, and this is why. We have highs getting up into the lower 90s. For your Saturday, high of 90 degrees. That's the coolest day over the next 7 days. But those feel like temperatures still getting into the triple digits each afternoon. However, I think we have the chance at being below heat advisory criteria for your Saturday. But look at next week. All this pink. Whenever it comes to heat, pink is never a very good thing to see out there. We are going to have those feel like temperatures in the triple digits, could even get close to 120 degrees feel like temperature in the warmest part of the afternoon on Monday. So that's why we're expecting, with these high temperatures getting into the mid to upper 90s next week, it's to feel even hotter out there than where we were this week. We're going to watch that very closely as we head into the next couple of days. But again, this weekend is a little bit of a break in the heat. We have highlighted Friday due to that heat advisory out there. Can't rule out that spotty shower storm this afternoon, Saturday afternoon, but next week we start to see some of those clouds clear across the region. Those rain chances come down, but the humidity remains. And that's why those temperatures get up there with all that sunshine into the upper 90s and those feel like temperatures well into the triple digits. I do expect more of us to be under that extreme heat warning criteria next week than even what we saw yesterday. And as those overnight lows dip down into the 70s, it still feels very warm and muggy, not getting much relief from the heat. But again, if we get any relief or you consider anything relief, tomorrow would be the day.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a really cool event that is happening later this month. It is called a sports-themed hackathon, and it's combining all kinds of different things: athletics, tech, innovation. It's going to be on the campus at the University of Memphis. It's going to be at the FedEx Institute of Technology, and this is for middle and high school students. It's happening later this month. It begins July 17th. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Audrey Willis. She is from Code Crew that is putting on this event. I'm very curious to learn more about it. Audrey, good morning to you. Tell me all about it. What you got?
Good morning. So next week, we will be kicking off our Hustle and Code Hackathon. This is one of the first of its kind. Code Crew is on its 11th hackathon. So we're really excited this year to do something different. And so this year we'll be combining sports and tech and showing our kids a different purview into the sports career.
I'm so curious into this, Audrey. Tell me first off, many of our viewers, we have thousands that watch us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 digital desk. What is a hackathon? How many people are you expecting to have there? And what do participants get out of an experience like this?
Awesome. So a hackathon, contrary to popular belief, is not a bunch of kids sitting in and hacking into the IRS. So scratch that. It is you get together for a short period of time, you have a problem, and you come together with different types of people. Some can be developers, some can be creatives, some can be digital artists, but you get together to solve a solution over a short period of time. So essentially, that's what a hackathon is. So the first day is going to kick off. The kids are going to get kind of a menu of things that they can be using, from VR headsets to tech wearables. They're going to hear from people at Regional One, people at Smith and Nephew, to hear about how they use technology to solve problems with your body and become better decision makers when it comes to your health. Then that second day, the kids are going to get busy. And when I say they take it serious, they take it absolutely serious. You can almost hear pin drop in the room because the kids are, for one, excited, but then they also know about the prizes that are going to drop on Saturday. And so we've secured things from Meta glasses to Apple Watches. There's some gift cards in there. And so we'll have a huge judging in a Shark Tank style. So the kids will be able to present these ideas. And so a lot of the kids that have actually won our hackathon have gone on to win the Congressional App Challenge. So that's a national program. And Steve Cohen's been so instrumental in helping Code Crew and supporting us in these efforts. But there's real prizes that are available for these kids for winning the hackathon.
It sounds amazing, and we're talking about 300 middle and high school students. Is that right?
Well, we're expecting. So last
Okay.
check, I saw that there were 125 kids signed up, and we know how people will wait to the last minute to sign up. And so with a week out, we're expecting a lot more to sign up. And so far, we've already crushed all of our previous hackathon records. So we're already expecting this to be the biggest Code Crew hackathon ever.
Great. Let me ask you about the kind of student that shows up to this event. Is this someone who is big into STEM? Is it someone who's big into entrepreneurship? Is it someone who's big into writing code and developing apps? Tell me about the profile, if you will, of the student.
Well, actually, there's no profile. The wonderful thing about Code Crew is 80% of the kids that we see are seeing tech for the first time. They're writing their first line of code with us. So we create a way all kids can be involved. So they're learning in this process. That's the reason why we have that first day, so they can all be acclimated. And so we structure the teams where there's not a really heavy team of heavy coders or a really heavy team of creatives. there are a mixture of kids from different areas of the city, and it's a beautiful thing when they all come together with this common goal of creating tech with each other. And so it does not matter if you've been a Code Crew student since we started this organization 10 years ago, or this is your first time hearing about Code Crew. There's going to be a space for you to have fun, be creative, and really include yourself and your thoughts in the process. So entrepreneurs, creatives, even if your kid just thinks they want to be a part of coding and STEM, bring them on out.
Tell me about why this is considered a sports-themed hackathon. What makes it a little bit sports-oriented?
So one, Memphis is a sports town. We love the Grizzlies, we love the Redbirds, we love our Tigers. And so this is our way of showing kids that there's more ways to get into sports than just actually playing basketball. When you look at the number of athletes that start out playing little league sports and they go into high school, they go into college, that funnel gets very slim when you get into professional sports. But a couple of years ago, when Moneyball came out, it really showed the public that there's a space for enjoying sports, but also having a technical lens on it. And so we're really trying to show students that there's more to sports than just playing basketball or swinging a baseball bat, that there are technical elements that make these athletes the strongest that they are. I mean, Steph Curry uses VR headsets to practice his shots and get better and better. And so different athletes will use physical therapists that will track data on their movements to be able to help them heal their bodies faster. And so we have to give the kids what they can be. And so we're presenting that to them next week.
Fantastic. Okay, so this is a sports-themed hackathon, July 17th through the 19th at the FedEx Institute of Technology on the campus of the University of Memphis. How much does it cost, and what else would you like to mention about this event, Audrey?
The Hustle and Code Hackathon is going to be a 3-day event from 9 to 4 o'clock Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. It's only $10. $10 covers your lunch, it covers your swag, it covers a really awesome experience. The Hustle Crew is going to be there. We've got some specials, well-known Memphis social media folks that are coming for judging, and it's going to be a fun event. And we're hoping that everybody in Memphis looks to their kid and say, hey, do you want to do this next week? And bring them on out.
Fantastic. Okay, Audrey Willis with Code Crew talking about the sports theme hackathon, July 17th, 18th, and 19th on the campus at the University of Memphis. Appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thanks so much, and good luck on the hackathon.
Thank you so much for having me.
You got it. All right. Cal, good morning. Are you with me?
Yes, I am. Hi.
I can't see you. Oh, there you are. Okay, perfect.
Hi.
Yep, we're good. All right. Just wanted to let you know we're about 30 seconds away, okay?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Awesome. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, for the first time since 1992, The Wiz is coming to the Orpheum. It is a highly anticipated show, a unique take on The Wizard of Oz, and I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Cal Mitchell, who plays the lion on The Wiz. He is joining us on the digital desk. So, Cal, first off, nice to meet you. Tell me a little bit about yourself and about this production. Good morning.
Absolutely. I grew up in Nashville, Tennessee, so just like a couple minutes up the road from the good old
Right
Orpheum.
down the road, yes.
Right down the road. I grew up in Tennessee for pretty much all of my life. And then I also grew up and basically went to college in Murfreesboro, which is also not too far away from the Orpheum as well. And yeah, I'm just really excited to be talking about The Wiz today.
Fantastic. So, so you went to Middle Tennessee. Is that where you kind of cut your teeth with theater, or did it start back in high school?
Yes, I did go to Middle Tennessee State University. Go Raiders. I did start in high school. I actually got a little bit of a late start, so I started in junior year of high school, and then I kind of kept up with it afterwards.
Fantastic. Okay. All right. So, what's it like being on this huge production? You're going all over the country. People know and very familiar with this production. Tell me about it. What's it like?
It is so much fun. We've now been officially on the road for about 6 months. We have hit pretty much so many cities. We've gone to Las Vegas, we've gone to Reno, we've hit Texas earlier this year, in Houston and San Antonio. And just being able to bring this high energy show to all of these states, some of whom have not really seen this production of The Wiz yet, has been just like an amazing, amazing journey.
I bet. So you play the Lion. What's that like? I mean, it's an iconic figure, certainly. And we're seeing some great video here of the cast and yourself, of course. Tell me, what's it like?
Playing the Lion is both exhausting and exhilarating. He and I I've been saying that me and him sit on the same plane, but he's just a little more out loud and proud. And I'm slowly starting to creep up to where he is. Yeah, it's a bit of a journey to go through every night because in the show, if anybody doesn't know anything about The Wizard of Oz or The Wiz, Lion is on a journey up for himself to find his courage. And throughout his journey, he's slowly starting to realize that he doesn't really need anyone to give it to him because it's always been there for him. So it's always a really big revelation, excuse my tongue, revelation to go through every night.
I bet. So have you been to Memphis before? If so, where did you go? And are you looking forward? Are you guys going to be able to check out other parts of Memphis while you're here?
I've been to Memphis a couple of times. I know that I've driven through it multiple times. I think the last time that I was in Memphis, I was visiting a friend, and I just stopped in for like a good 24 hours, and we got food and just chit-chatted. So I'm really excited to be there for a full week so I can just actually roam the city and get to see a whole bunch of things that I haven't been able to see yet.
Fantastic. So one more time, Cal, before we let you go, I'd love to have you explain to our audience who's planning to attend, by the way, July 22nd through the 27th, you're going to be here. Explain to our audience what to expect when they show up for this show.
I want our audiences to expect nothing but the best of times. This show is peaked with high energy for a reason. I think that it is a good show to bring kids to. I think it's a good show to bring anyone who's had any interaction with The Wizard of Oz, The Wiz, in any way, shape, and form. It's just a really fun show. And I think at times like this, like, it's good to have a good show where you can just go sit for 2 hours and completely forget about what's going on the outside world. So, yeah, we'll be there from July 22nd all the way through the 27th. So go ahead and get them tickets.
Excellent. Well, Cal, I appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Congratulations on your success on the show. We look forward to seeing you on stage at the Orpheum, July 22nd through the 27th. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
Okay, you do the same. Thank you. Cal Mitchell plays Lion on The Wiz. Another live look from our High Five camera here in Memphis, 86 degrees at 10:20. We're back in 1 minute.
Well, we are seeing a pattern change across the Mid-South that is going to bring a couple more clouds into our forecast. It's still hot out there, and we have a heat advisory in effect for the day today, but this frontal system just off to our north, that is going to help enhance some cloud cover and the potential for a spotty shower or storm. This low pressure system to our south, in addition to that frontal system, will help to increase that cloud cover, especially later on this afternoon. Now, if you remember, this low pressure that was associated with a system that had a chance of developing into Tropical Storm Dexter out in the Gulf, but we are lucky enough not to have seen that. It stayed over land most of its lifetime, and that made it harder to develop over the waters of the Gulf. And that has remained a tropical low. It's bringing quite a bit of rainfall over Louisiana this morning. However, as this moves northward and this frontal system sags a little bit farther to the south, that brings in that extra cloud cover and the potential for a shower or storm. This is how that unfolds here on our Futurecast. Most of that cloud cover this morning to northern portions of the area and to the west of the Mississippi River. But after we head past 11 a.m., feel like temperatures in the triple digits, high temperatures getting up into the 90s. And we have some spotty showers or storms that could pop up across parts of the region as we head towards that evening commute home from work or any of those summer camp activities. Not expecting those showers or storms to be widespread. Most of the region does not see that, but keep that rain gear nearby in case that pop-up shower is near your neighborhood. Into the overnight hours, those temperatures fall back down into the 70s, partly cloudy skies rather than mostly clear, which was what we've been seeing the past couple of nights. And then more cloud cover as we head into your Saturday. For your Friday today, though, any showers that do form very far off in northern parts of the area as we head towards Dyersburg, that's where you have some gusty wind possible with some of those stronger storms, but not expecting a overwhelming severe weather event from this one. Most of us actually do not see, again, that rainfall with only a 30% chance of rain during the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Now that comes along with those temperatures getting up into the 90s. I think we'll feel like the triple digits as early as 11 a.m. this morning, and mostly cloudy skies do come into play. We're going to end with more cloud cover than how we have started the day. That is for sure out there. Heat alerts, it feels like 105 degrees plus within the heat advisory as we head towards the warmest part of the afternoon. That includes Memphis in Shelby County, includes down towards Sardis, Tunica, up towards Dyersburg. I know Tunica yesterday, you were in that extreme heat warning. That extreme heat warning today, farther off to the west. So not seeing that as a problem within the Mid-South today. But I expect those extreme heat warnings to come back into the forecast, and this is why. We have highs getting up into the lower 90s. For your Saturday, high of 90 degrees. That's the coolest day over the next 7 days. But those feel-like temperatures still getting into the triple digits each afternoon. However, I think we have the chance at being below heat advisory criteria for your Saturday. But look at next week. All this pink. Whenever it comes to heat, pink is never a very good thing to see out there. We are going to have those feel-like temperatures in the triple digits, could even get close to 120 degrees feel-like temperature in the warmest part of the afternoon on Monday. So that's why we're expecting, with these high temperatures getting into the mid to upper 90s next week, it's to feel even hotter out there than where we were this week. We're going to watch that very closely as we head into the next couple of days. But again, this weekend is a little bit of a break in the heat. We have highlighted Friday due to that heat advisory out there. Can't rule out that spotty shower storm this afternoon, Saturday afternoon, but next week we start to see some of those clouds clear across the region. Those rain chances come down, but the humidity remains. And that's why those temperatures get up there with all that sunshine into the upper 90s and those feel-like temperatures well into the triple digits. I do expect more of us to be under that extreme heat warning criteria next week than even what we saw yesterday. And as those overnight lows dip down into the 70s, it still feels very warm and muggy, not getting much relief from the heat. But again, if we get any relief or you consider anything relief, tomorrow would be the day.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is an art auction that is going to take place this month and next month, and it's at one of the most beautiful places in all of Memphis. I'm joined now by Carly Samora. She's at the Memphis Botanic Garden to tell us about the art auction. And Carly, I remember this from last year, and it's always a great time, isn't it? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we're super excited. I know normally you have me outside, but this time, especially with the heat going on, we're excited to be inside talking about our incognito art auction. We're really excited to talk to you guys about the auction itself, what's going on, all culminating also with our party on August 1st.
All right. So tell me what is going on with this art auction. Review for our viewers exactly how they can sign up, how they can register, and check out those beautiful pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is actually our 15th year doing Incognito at the Memphis Botanic Garden. So the idea behind Incognito is that all of our pieces are actually unsigned works that were donated to us by local Memphis artists. The whole idea behind it is that you are going to find pieces that you love, not necessarily worrying about people that are doing it who you know. So you're going to be able to walk around, see so many types of pieces. Just for example, I have some beautiful works behind me. We have painting, photography, we have glass, mosaics. There's kind of something for everybody, which is really nice. And it's in this beautiful setting of the garden. So it's really nice to have that around with all of the different pieces as well. The fun thing with it is that we have two different options. You can either bid on a piece, and if you'd like to start bidding, that all of our bids for all pieces start at only $50, which to me is such a great deal for owning an original piece of art. And then if you love a piece and you want to make sure that you are the owner and no one else gets to bid on it, we have a buy it now price for $300. So you have two options. Either one you can do if you wanted to bid on a few of them and see which ones, you know, kind of go into your price point, versus if you see something and you're like, oh, that would fit perfectly in my home, or that is going to be a perfect gift to a loved one, you can do the buy it now price. So we have options.
Fantastic. I love it. And I love those pieces behind you, too. So this is just one art auction that is taking place over the next several weeks. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So this current auction that we have, we do in June. It's the month of June for you to be able, or sorry, the month of July for you to be able to come see the pieces. We have about 106 or 108 pieces this year, which is a ton to look through. But the great thing about us is that you're able to come visit our galleries for free. So if you want to come through, scout out some pieces in real life, and then go to our auction platform to be able to place your bids, you can do that as well. Be able to walk through, see what kind of appeals to you. I mean, we have everything from flowers to tomatoes to sheep and puppy dogs. All of these pieces are going to be able to go home with someone and that they will love and own, like I said, an original piece of art.
So do we know what happens if you buy a piece and you want to know who made it? Is there a way to find out?
Yeah, so that's the really fun part. Is on August 1st is going to be our party. And August 1st from 6 to 8, it's completely free to the public. You'll be able to come in, check out the pieces. At 7 o'clock, our buy it nows end. And at 7:30, the bids end. At that time, at 7:30 on our party, all of our artists that are walking around kind of talking with each other, they're all going to be in disguises because this is an incognito kind of masquerade for everyone. They're going to be able to go to their pieces, reveal themselves, not to mention if you have a piece and maybe you can't necessarily make it to the party, a lot of our pieces are going to be signed on the back with business cards if you love your art so much that you'd like to buy additional pieces. But really the party is like where it's at. That's when you get to see the people in person. They can sign the front if you'd like them to sign on the front. Just get to meet them and kind of talk with this artist.
I love it. No wonder it's been around for 15 years. It sounds incredible. Tell us how we can see these pieces online.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you aren't able to make it to the Botanic Garden in person, you're able to go to the website. That's bidpal, bidpal.net/incognito. Or if you'd like to go to our website at membg.org. That way you can take you to the Incognito website. You'll be able to browse all of the different pieces, see all of them, see what interests you. Even if you are from out of state, we will be able to take your piece and send it to you. It doesn't matter where you're from. We would just love to have you participate, especially since this auction, all the money is going to the Botanic Garden. It is helping out our adult education funds, our youth education, where we serve over 40,000 school kids per year. It is all contributing to this beautiful nonprofit that we work at and help fund all of our mission towards the community as a whole.
Fantastic. I love it. It sounds great. And it's easy for people to get involved in and really get something out of it, literally and figuratively. Carly Zamora, I appreciate your time. Thanks as always. And really looking forward to seeing more of these incredible pieces of art in this online art auction, and then perhaps learning about who made the art just a few weeks later, right at the party.
Yeah, so we'll have the reveal at the party. We also have the reveal online. So like I said, if you aren't able to make it here, but you're curious about some other pieces that maybe you didn't purchase, all of those will be revealed after August 1st. So stay tuned to the auction platform, place some bids if you love some pieces, and visit back to see who did them.
Awesome. Carly Zamora, we always appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Of course, y'all have a great morning.
All right, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to tell you about a new procedure that St. Francis Hospital is doing. It's called an endoscopic sinus procedure. And here in Memphis in the Mid-South, allergies are a big deal. Sinuses, certainly people suffer from. And so this procedure really helps people that are dealing with major sinus and allergy problems. Let's bring in one of the doctors that performs this procedure, Dr. Grant Muller. He's an ENT oncology surgeon at St. Francis Bartlett. And Grant, I understand that this procedure is not a surgery. This is a minimally invasive procedure from what I understand. Tell me more about it, and I appreciate you joining on the digital desk. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Andrew. So this is a surgery that's primarily offered at St. Francis Bartlett. I am a head and neck cancer surgeon that's employed through the West Cancer Center, but and operating out of St. Francis Bartlett. And so this is a surgery, and like you said, it is minimally invasive. Everything is done through the nose. There's no cuts on the outside of the face or anything, and I use very high-powered, high-magnification endoscopes to go through and open up the sinuses to treat sinus disease. But while we've been doing sinus surgery for many years, the thing that we're offering now is something called sinus navigation that I use in the operating room. And so what happens is I'm able to get a very high resolution CAT scan of the sinuses. And that helps tell me exactly the sinuses that I need to operate on to open them to help treat a number of things like chronic sinus disease, growths in the sinuses, or any issues with the skull base. And so when I'm in the operating room, I actually put the CAT scan right next to the screen that my cameras are looking at. And in real time, my instruments are tracking across the CAT scan to show me exactly where I am. And in doing so, I'm able to improve my visualization. I'm able to see behind areas of bone or tissue that I wouldn't normally be able to see behind with my camera. It keeps me safe. It keeps me away from the really critical structures that are in the area, such as the eye, such as the base of the skull where the brain is, the carotid artery, the main artery that supplies the brain, and helps me ensure that I'm clearing out all the areas of the disease effectively, really to give the patients the best outcome afterwards.
My understanding, Grant, is that you kind of use GPS technology for this. Tell me a little bit about that, and what kind of patient is the kind of patient that would be suitable for this type of procedure?
Yeah, absolutely. GPS is a great analogy because like you're driving down to the beach or something, you're watching your little blue dot go on the map and track yourself. My instruments are being tracked along the CT scan, so I know exactly where I am at all times. The sinus registers within a millimeter of where I am, so there's very little room for discrepancy. So it really does keep you safe, and the data and the literature really supports that. As far as the patient that is perfect for the surgery, overall, the main type of people are patients that have chronic sinus disease, which, as you kind of alluded to, is a real issue down here in the Mid-South with all of the pollen and allergies that we experience. And ideally, it's a patient that has tried what we call adequate medical therapy, things like topical nasal steroids such as Flonase or sinus rinses such as a Neti-Pot or Navage, and they're still just having symptoms despite all these different medications. And so then we go in and these patients become surgical candidates, and we open up those sinuses to really widen what's called their natural drainage pathways to help them drain the kind of purulent, the pus and mucus that gets trapped in the sinuses, and also provides a way for us to really deliver those medications more directly to the sinuses to really get them a relief.
Does insurance pay for something like this? How does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. So insurances do cover this. This is something where if insurance will cover it if you've tried medical therapy. Generally, a medical therapy is a trial of about 3 to 4 weeks. And if you are still having symptoms after about 3 to 4 weeks, then you would be a good candidate for a sinus surgery. It's really an incentive for insurances to pay for this because chronic sinus disease is such a burden on the healthcare system. There's about $60 billion annually spent on chronic sinus disease.
Wow.
And so it really does fill up our urgent cares, our emergency rooms, and patients that actually do have surgery sooner have less healthcare utilization. They're having less prescriptions. They're having less procedures overall. So it is actually within their financial interest as well to cover this.
So if someone's interested in this, because it sounds interesting, it sounds new, cutting edge, groundbreaking, Grant, how do people find out more about this?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I'm employed primarily through the West Cancer Center. Much of my interest is in head and neck cancer surgery and reconstructive surgery, but I am an ear, nose, and throat doctor by training. And so I do general ear, nose, and throat surgery as well. So if a patient is interested and wants to see me for a consultation, I am at the Wolf River campus for West Cancer Center twice a week, and I'm happy to see patients here that can be scheduled through our website or by contacting the West Cancer Center.
Okay, and if someone wants to know about this specific thing, can they go to St. Francis Bartlett or St. Francis's website? I mean, is there stuff online?
Not that I'm aware of. So right now, this is something that we're still getting off the board. That is certainly something that we're working towards, is getting that information readily available to patients. There's, of course, an abundance of information available online as long as you're looking at the correct sources. But I'm also happy to talk to patients extensively about kind of the advantages of this type of surgery.
Okay, great. Well, listen, Dr. Grant Muller, we really appreciate your time on the digital desk and this information about this new endoscopic sinus procedure. It sounds like it could give relief to so many Mid-Southerners out there. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andrew. Have a good day.
Okay. Thank you, Grant. Appreciate that. Another live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis, 86 degrees. 10:39 is the time. Let's get another check of our forecast right now with meteorologist Riley Winch.
Well, we are seeing a pattern change across the Mid-South that is going to bring a couple more clouds into our forecast. It's still hot out there, and we have a heat advisory in effect for the day today, but this frontal system just off to our north, that is going to help enhance some cloud cover and the potential for a spotty shower or storm. This low pressure system to our south, in addition to that frontal system, will help to increase that cloud cover, especially later on this afternoon. Now, if you remember, this low pressure, that was associated with a system that had a chance of developing into Tropical Storm Dexter out in the Gulf, but we are lucky enough not to have seen that. It stayed over land most of its lifetime, and that made it harder to develop over the waters of the Gulf. And that has remained a tropical low. It's bringing quite a bit of rainfall over Louisiana this morning. However, as this moves northward and this frontal system sags a little bit farther to the south, that brings in that extra cloud cover and the potential for a shower or storm. This is how that unfolds here on our Futurecast. Most of that cloud cover this morning to northern portions of the area and to the west of the Mississippi River. But after we head past 11 a.m., feel like temperatures in the triple digits, high temperatures getting up into the 90s. And we have some spotty showers or storms that could pop up across parts of the region as we head towards that evening commute home from work or any of those summer camp activities. Not expecting those showers or storms to be widespread. Most of the region does not see that, but keep that rain gear nearby in case that pop-up shower is near your neighborhood. Into the overnight hours, those temperatures fall back down into the 70s, partly cloudy skies rather than mostly clear, which was what we've been seeing the past couple of nights. And then more cloud cover as we head into your Saturday. For your Friday today, though, any showers that do form very far off in northern parts of the area as we head towards Dyersburg, that's where you have some gusty wind possible with some of those stronger storms, but not expecting a overwhelming severe weather event from this one. Most of us actually do not see, again, that rainfall with only a 30% chance of rain during the peak heating hours of the afternoon. Now that comes along with those temperatures getting up into the 90s. I think we'll feel like the triple digits as early as 11 a.m. this morning, and mostly cloudy skies do come into play. We're going to end with more cloud cover than how we have started the day. That is for sure out there. Heat alerts, it feels like 105 degrees plus within the heat advisory as we head towards the warmest part of the afternoon. That includes Memphis and Shelby County, includes down towards Sardis, Tunica, up towards Dyersburg. I know Tunica yesterday, you were in that extreme heat warning. That extreme heat warning today, farther off to the west. So not seeing that as a problem within the Mid-South today. But I expect those extreme heat warnings to come back into the forecast, and this is why. We have highs getting up into the lower 90s. For your Saturday, high of 90 degrees. That's the coolest day over the next 7 days. But those feel like temperatures still getting into the triple digits each afternoon. However, I think we have the chance at being below heat advisory criteria for your Saturday. But look at next week. All this pink. Whenever it comes to heat, pink is never a very good thing to see out there. We are going to have those feel like temperatures in the triple digits, could even get close to 120 degrees feel like temperature in the warmest part of the afternoon on Monday. So that's why we're expecting, with these high temperatures getting into the mid to upper 90s next week, it's to feel even hotter out there than where we were this week. We're going to watch that very closely as we head into the next couple of days. But again, this weekend is a little bit of a break in the heat. We have highlighted Friday due to that heat advisory out there. Can't rule out that spotty shower storm this afternoon, Saturday afternoon, but next week we start to see some of those clouds clear across the region. Those rain chances come down, but the humidity remains, and that's why those temperatures get up there with all that sunshine into the upper 90s and those feel like temperatures well into the triple digits. I do expect more of us to be under that extreme heat warning criteria next week than even what we saw yesterday. And as those overnight lows dip down into the 70s, it still feels very warm and muggy, not getting much relief from the heat. But again, if we get any relief or you consider anything relief, tomorrow would be the day.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Well, in the summer months, we have got to be so aware about how hot our body is in terms of the temperature, the heat outside, what we're feeling like, how much sweat, how much are we drinking, the proper water, what are we drinking, making sure that we're staying hydrated. Let's bring in someone in the know when it comes to the best ways to stay hydrated, especially in this Memphis heat. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by our friend Dr. Anna Yang, who at times when she is able to get out of the hospital, you'll see her at various festivals around town. She's always helping out Memphis and the Mid-South when they get in trouble. And she's helping us now here in the Action News 5 digital desk to give us some ideas of some of the best ways to stay hydrated. Anna, great to see you again. So tell us, right off the top, what are some of the best ways to stay hydrated? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. So, as always, water is going to be your best bet to stay hydrated. When it comes to thinking about a healthy diet, it's really easy to get caught up in, what to eat and what not to eat and forget basic things like just drinking simple water. There are lots of fluids out there. There are a lot of different ones that are marketed out there, for different purposes. And some of them are very colorful and shiny and, have a whole lot of marketed benefits. But truly, still the most basic and still most important way to stay hydrated is definitely just your regular old water.
And, okay, so a lot of times we hear, well, you got to drink, this amount of water per how much you weigh, or you got to drink a gallon every day. What's the standard?
So it's a very individualized thing. There's a general recommendation out there for men to drink about 15 cups of water or fluid a day, and women to drink about 11 cups of fluid a day. And that's overall fluid. So that's not just water. That's including the fluid that you get from fruits and vegetables, your coffee, your other drinks, energy drinks and fruit drinks and, sodas and all those things out there. Now, the most efficient fluid out of those is going to be water. So that's kind of where that general recommendation of 6 to 8 cups of water comes from. But each person's water needs are going to be different. So if you're getting more fluid from other sources, you may not need as much water. But if you're more active, you're outside more, you're doing more physical activity, you're sweating more, you might be ill or traveling, or hopefully not having diarrhea and fluid losses. But some people need more than that kind of fluid. So the best way to kind of determine how much fluid you need is just to listen to your body and watch for the signs that you may not be getting enough fluid, rather than counting a specific number of cups.
What about electrolytes? A lot of people talk about electrolytes. You need it if you're exercising outside, perhaps you're working outside, and your body's so depleted with, all the minerals that we need. If you think electrolytes are a good idea, and if so, what kind?
Sure. So in general, if somebody's eating a normal, healthy diet in addition to drinking water, you really shouldn't need any additional electrolytes. The electrolytes come in for people who are, suddenly doing a lot of activity, suddenly losing a lot of fluid and electrolytes, like sweating a whole lot. Those people may require additional electrolytes to go with their fluid for better hydration. So if you've just, done a couple of hours of, really intensive exercise, getting electrolytes in your drink, like any of those sports drinks out there, would potentially be helpful. Now they have those hydration multipliers now out there that are getting more and more popular, that people are drinking with these, special mixtures of certain electrolytes and sugar in the fluid. And these are designed to help somebody absorb that fluid more quickly. And so sometimes, people note that they feel significantly better drinking that type of fluid than by drinking water more quickly. But it's still not a replacement for regular water. You still need that volume. You still need a normal amount of fluids. And if you are significantly feeling better after you've drinking, some sort of electrolyte drink or one of those, hydration multipliers out there, then that means you are already dehydrated and you should have already been drinking more water on a regular basis.
Gotcha. Okay, so where do people really make mistakes? Where do they get in trouble? Because I know a lot of people are trying to figure out, well, my body doesn't say I'm dehydrated. I might feel a little bit thirsty, or maybe you're already dehydrated even though you don't feel thirsty. Where do people make those common mistakes, Anna?
Yeah, so the biggest mistake is forgetting about dehydration and not preparing for it. So this year, I don't know what's been different about this year compared to last year, but we've seen a lot more dehydration in the hospitals and overheating and things like that than I had seen last year around this time of month. So we really got to remember to stay hydrated. Now, if you're going to go outside and do some sort of activity, maybe even consider drinking a couple extra cups of water before you go do those things. Make sure you bring water with you, whether that's, a bottled water or even just, a portable, reusable water bottle that you can continue to fill up and use throughout the day. Thirst is not your best marker of hydration. Thirst is important to follow for sure. But by the time you're feeling thirsty, that's your body already telling you you don't have enough water in your system. So make sure you're drinking fluids regularly throughout the day. So with each meal, making sure you're drinking water, and then between meals too, making sure you're sipping on water here and there, because that, gradual hydration throughout the day, continuously drinking fluids is going to be the best way to stay hydrated.
Anything else, Anna, before we let you go here? You've mentioned a lot. Anything else you want to mention with regards to hydration, some of the best ways this summer?
Yeah, so just, whoever out there is watching this, it's important for you to stay hydrated, but also to help out your friends and family as well. Some people with medical conditions have different amounts of water that is safe for them to drink. So some people whose hearts don't work as well or have, poor kidney function, their needs for water consumption may be different from yours. So consider talking to a medical provider if you're not sure what your water recommendations are on an individual basis. But also, if you have family members, make sure you're encouraging them to stay hydrated and stay on top of it as well.
All right, Dr. Anna Yang joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you for the tips to really stay hydrated this summer. We appreciate your time as always. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. It's summertime. We know it's hot. We know that we're going to take our pet out for a walk. They're going to be out and about, and there's always some things to be concerned about when you take your pet outside. The normal hazards during the summer, heat stroke and dehydration, but there are some other things you might not be thinking about. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Dr. Alexandra Meyer. She is a doctor of veterinary medicine. She is at VCA Woodbridge Animal Hospital, and joining us to talk about some of those dangers, those threats out there for our pet, and just some friendly reminders to keep them safe. Where do we begin, Alexandra? Good morning.
Well, you hit it right, kind of nail on that head. Heat's a big one. It is a heat wave right now. Our pets are very sensitive to some heat, so we do have to keep an eye on that. But also at the same time, food's a big one. We do have to worry about what kind of food our pets are being exposed to, as well as grills, fire pits, even candles and swimming pools can cause potential dangers if we're not careful.
Okay, so let's for our audience there, we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning. Let's talk about those great ideas, suggestions, some tips out there just to have a safe summer for our pets.
Right. One tip that I highly recommend, we are going to have lots of barbecues this summer. It's beautiful. We are enjoying corn cobs, ribs, chicken bones. When you're done, put them in the trash and take that trash out to the curb. Don't let it sit in your house and become a potential hazard for your pet. It smells good. They want to eat it, but it can become obstructed. We can have GI irritation. Just take it out of your house so it doesn't become a problem.
Let's talk a little bit about the pavement. Oftentimes we don't think about how hot that pavement can get. Just some friendly reminders out there.
Absolutely. So when you go outside, that pavement absorbs quite a bit of heat. Take your hand and put it on the sidewalk or on the asphalt. If you can't hold your hand there more than a few seconds, it's too hot for your pet. Keep them on the grass if we are going to go for a walk, or if possible, keep them inside. Make it so they can't get their poor little paw pads burned.
What about a swimming pool? You were just mentioning grilling out outside. There's festivities going on. How do we keep our pets safe in the pool?
So pools are wonderful. Again, human nature, we love to be out there spending time with our pets, but even the strongest swimmer can become tired and can potentially drown. If you have a fence, putting a fence around the pool is a great safety, but also teaching your pet where those exit points are. If you have a shelf, also just always supervising your pet when you're around water or in the pool, and making sure if there is a dangerous situation, we can remove them from the pool.
Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Alexandra?
VCA has a wonderful summer safety handbook on their website at www.vca.com. Also, from June 23rd to July 15th, our local ERs are having a 50% off coupon of your exam fee. You can find your local ER by going to www.vca.com, clicking Find Care in the right corner, and putting in your zip code to find your local VCA veterinarian.
Okay, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine Alexandra Meyer joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much for some of those tips and ideas and suggestions for all of us to have a safe and happy summer. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. We got Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour. We have Ariana Poindexter, Jerry Askin to take you through the next hour with all your top headlines and stories, and then your forecast as well. It's going to be a hot one out there. Make sure you take breaks and stay hydrated. We got Action News 5's digital desk starting up again Monday morning at 7 o'clock. We go from 7 until 11 each and every weekday morning on Action News 5, all of our digital platforms, and channel 5.3. Have a great weekend.